Copenhagen Sprint. Woo! The event is also being live streamed all day on the UCI YouTube channel, so a warm welcome to those of you following us out there, and stay tuned. Today, exactly 130 years ago, something very important happened with regards to infrastructure. The Keynote Canal was officially opened. It was for ships traveling from the Baltic Sea to the North Sea. Instead of sailing all around the Danish peninsula Jutland, the canal saved ships 460 kilometers, which is roughly a full day at sea. Even today, it is one of the busiest artificial waterways in the world, competing with the Panama Canal. And I'll not say anything more about the Panama Canal. Today, we are here to produce similar action, although not through waterways, but cycle lanes. That's why I'm very happy to moderate this important event. My name, Lykke, even means happiness, so that's always a bit of a challenge these times in the world. Normally, I had a think tank on European affairs, and in my former life, so to speak, I was Denmark's Minister for Climate Change and Gender Equality. So green transport is an issue close to my heart. Let's be honest. Sometimes when you go to conferences, you also plan checking your emails, checking out sports results, and the weather forecast for the weekend. This is not one of those conferences. And anyway, I can inform you that it will be 22 degrees out there tomorrow. No, this is a conference where we get down to work, taking our cue from my favorite song from Elvis. Some of you have heard me quoting him before. A little less conversation, a little more action. And we are indeed not starting from scratch, because we are picking up from last time, the Tour de France 2022 Grand Départ Denmark, which ended with a declaration. And just like last time, we'll have a strong cross-sectoral focus dealing with sustainability, policy goals, funding and capacity building, cycling industry, youth and cycling, and much more. So prepare yourself for many different panels, but they'll have the same focal point, going back to Elvis. How do we translate ambitious cycling visions into measurable progress and actionable policy? And you should be able to get an overview of the program up here in a couple of seconds, yes, there it is. So you can see you should put on your helmet in order to be able to follow all this. And before we start, I should give you a couple of housekeeping remarks before we get to that. Obviously, let's say thank you. Let's say thank you to Sport Event Denmark, wonderful Copenhagen, and the partnership behind Copenhagen Sprint. Let's give them a big hand of applause. And we should also thank National Federation representatives, UCI Bike Cities and Regions, professional cycling representatives, and UCI partners. So a big hand of applause there also. Housekeeping remarks. Bathrooms are up the stairs in the cafe, but also down by the entrance. You can only smoke outside the building, and outside is in front of the building and not on the balcony. Keep your name tags, because you also need them for dinner and for Saturday events. So before I introduce sort of our first speakers, who will introduce you properly to this event and to Copenhagen, let's just see who was here last time. Yes, there is quite some overlap. Who's from Denmark? Woo, lots of Danes here. But there are some people visiting from abroad. So, from abroad. You are from abroad. You're not Danish. Woo! So, welcome. And we'll make sure that the weather stays like this, but as already said, we planned that. Obviously, that's what we do. So, 130 years ago, I already mentioned, a waterway shortcut was created, the Keynote Canal. In Copenhagen, we also have shortcuts. And some of them are rather new, at least they are not 130 years old. And they are connected not to just to ships, but in particularly also to bicycles. I'll just mention a few: the bicycle snake, the K Bridge, and the Inner Harbour Bridge, just to mention, as I said, a few. But many other things are happening with regards to cycling in Copenhagen, and I'm sure that our next speakers will tell you a lot about that. So let's give a warm hand of applause first to Lars Weiss, Lord Mayor of the City of Copenhagen, and he will then introduce Line Barfod, Mayor of Technical Environmental Affairs, and obviously here at the City of Copenhagen. Lars, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and dear cycling enthusiasts. As Lord Mayor of Copenhagen, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the UCI Mobility Bike City Forum and the Copenhagen Cycling Summit 2025. Today we gather around 200 participants from Bogota over Brisbane to Copenhagen, as well as guests from governments, businesses, organizations, federations, and academia. Copenhagen is globally recognized as a frontrunner in cycling infrastructure and sustainable mobility. And we are honored and delighted to host this year's forum in combination with the world premiere of the new Copenhagen Sprint, a new addition to the UCI World Tour calendar. Copenhagen has a proud history of hosting some of the world's biggest cycling races, from hosting the UCI Road World Championship in 2011, the Tour de France Grand Départ in 2022, to now being the proud host of our new UCI Tour race, Copenhagen Sprint, for both men and women. And in 2029, we will be hosting UCI's Road World Championship once again. However, our ambitions stretch beyond just bike racing. In the case of Copenhagen Sprint, we aim to use our elite cycling race as a platform for political discussions on cycling, as well as public engagement with a public bike race and a bicycle festival. We hope you will experience this during your visit here in Copenhagen. Today, we will discuss cycling from different perspectives, from cities around the world, from global organizations, from the cycling industry, from the youth, and from professional riders. This illustrates cycling's wide-reaching impact across different sectors. It is not only about setting goals and recognizing cycling's positive potential for health, for the environmental, for mobility, and for livable cities. It is about translating these ambitions into concrete measures and policy. I hope by the end of this forum we'll find ourselves a step closer to achieving this. Once again, welcome to the UCI Mobility and Bike Forum and the Copenhagen Cycling Summit. And now let me introduce my co-host, the City of Copenhagen's Mayor for Technical and Environmental Affairs, Line Barfod.
Thank you very much, Lars, and thank you for all of you coming here. I look forward to having a very interesting day, and I wish you also a warm welcome to the 2025 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum in combination with the Copenhagen Cycling Summit. As Lars said, this city is built on cycling, and today we will celebrate cycling. Some of you have traveled very far to be here with us today. Some of you are local, and you might have crossed this bridge when you came here today. Building bridges is not only what we do in reality, but also a metaphor for what we are aiming for also today. We want to show everyone that Copenhagen's success with everyday cycling is about cooperation across parties, across administrations, across sectors, and across topics. If we work together across nationalities, cultures, across politics and professions, across sports cycling and everyday cycling, then we can remove the obstacles and release the enormous potential of cycling. The cycling bridges of Copenhagen are an illustration of how far you can take a cycling culture. The bridges connect our cities and let workers and students clear their heads on the way to and from the office and the university. The bridges make it possible for parents to skip owning a car and transport their children in cargo bikes. Or they can cycle relaxed next to their child on the way to school. Some of our bridges, architectural diamonds, like this one, sending a nod to our city's history of ships with a design that resembles the sails of the ships. In some cities, there are highway flyovers for cars, but in Copenhagen, instead, we have made bike flyovers. The bridges not only get you a shortcut away from traffic, they also allow you to see your city from a new perspective. In Copenhagen, cycling is how we live. It's freedom, it's flexibility, and it's function. And we cycle throughout our lives. We start when we're very, very small children, just for fun, and then we go on. Cycling is everywhere in Copenhagen. There's even a car mechanic service that uses cargo bikes when they go to repair the cars. And there's an undertaker that offers to do your last journey on bicycle. Cycling is fun, especially when it's summer. But cycling in Copenhagen is not always as easy. Sometimes it snows. So we clear the cycling tracks, and actually we start with the cycling tracks before we take the roads for the cars. Sometimes it rains, so people have to wear rainproof clothes or get very wet. Sometimes it's dark, and still we in Copenhagen ride on our bikes. That is the kind of everyday resilience that we want to inspire to other cities. The roots of this vision go far back. In Copenhagen, cycling is part of our DNA. We have been a cycling city ever since photos were taken in black and white, and there were so many cyclists that nobody needed bike lanes. These black and white photos show that even in the 1930s and 1940s, Copenhagen was a city of cyclists. We are blessed in Copenhagen by being a flat city, but we almost lost our roots. In the 1960s, cycling in Copenhagen almost disappeared. We got car crazy like the rest of the world. But luckily, the civil society stood up. They defended our cycling culture and demanded that we get cycling infrastructure. Urban space tells a story, and in Copenhagen we have been rewriting that story. Once our city squares were car parks, but the last decades we have been recovering the public space, taking space from cars and returning it to the people. The cases are numerous, and if you did not have the before photo, maybe you would not believe how it looked. But the Copenhagen some of you know and love might not have existed if it was not for our ambitious and visionary people creating a better city. Now the car parks are instead living spaces for people to walk, rest, meet and move. This transformation is a result of a strong political will and an engaged public, and it shows that cities can change with the right priorities. The transformation is still ongoing, and recently we carried out a massive pilot project in the medieval part of the city. After intense dialogue with shop owners, residents and other stakeholders, we are now removing the car parking and making more space for pedestrians, cyclists and trees. But let's not get totally carried away, because there's still a lot of work to be done. When we look at how our space is distributed, the numbers speak clearly. 49% of our street space is still roadway. 9% is car parking. Just 6% is bicycle lanes, and only 1% is bicycle parking. So even here, in what we like to call a cycling capital, we still have work to do. And in Copenhagen, we still plan for cars, even though most people do not own a car. Actually, it's only 25% of the people living in Copenhagen who has a car. The fact that most trips are done either by cycling, walking, and by public traffic. And that's why in Copenhagen, we also need to shift into the next gear. Look at this photo. We are more than 4,000 cyclists that cross this bridge every day. That is more than there are cars on the bridge on the big belt between Fyn and Sjælland. Look at how many cyclists there are, and look at the space that is occupied by only 3 cars. We need to raise our ambitions for better infrastructure, more equity, and more space for people on bikes. In 2022, we hosted the Tour de France Grand Départ. Back then, we also hosted a cycling summit. One of the legacies was a national declaration that we would have 20% more cycling in Denmark by 2030. That goal has been a guiding star for us, but the work is not done. The world needs more cycling cities, not just for our climate or congestion, but for quality of life. This summit is our opportunity to share knowledge, challenge assumptions, and to raise the bar together. Because progress don't happen on its own. It happens when those who believe in change work together to deliver it. The momentum is here, the need is urgent. Let's take the next step, not just as individual cities, but as a global movement for better urban futures. Thank you, and let's get to work.
Thank you very much. It's always interesting to see sort of slides up there where you get a different impression of your own city. So thank you very much for that. And also thank you for basically underlining what our purpose is. Let's speed up our journey from being car crazy to being crazy about bikes. I think that sums up your overall talk. So let's move on. Our next speaker has come from far away, from New Zealand. He's also done sort of lots of cycling in his life. Yes, goodness. I stopped reading your CV when I saw the entire list. You've been out biking in Denmark the last couple of days, so that also shows your commitment. Where's your jersey? I have to ask. Sort of, yeah, okay, it's over there. That's good. Today he's a key figure within UCI, especially when it comes to the promotion of cycling for all, as he's president of the UCI Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission. Tony Mitchell, it's an honor to have you here with us today. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Lord Mayor Lars Wes, Mayor of Technical and Environmental Affairs, Leen Barford, National Federation representatives, UCI bike cities and regions, city leaders, UCI partners, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UCI Cyclist International, I would like to welcome you to the 2025 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum, hosted jointly with Copenhagen Cycling Summit. It is a true privilege to stand before you today to welcome you here to explore, inspire, and to advance the future of cycling and urban mobility. UCI President David Lappartient could unfortunately not be here today to join us on stage due to overlapping political commitments. But rest assured, he will be joining us and all delegates tomorrow for the start of our bike tours, as well as the bike parade. The UCI is delighted that the 7th edition of the UCI Bike City Forum is taking place in Copenhagen, which is the first city, as we heard before, to have been awarded the UCI Bike City label in 2008. The UCI Bike City label is awarded to cities and regions that not only host UCI international events, but also promote cycling for transport, leisure, health, and environment. Now that there are 30 UCI bike cities and regions in 15 countries worldwide that have received the label, we have overwhelming evidence of the benefits and success stories to share with the world and other cities and regions. Cities and regions around the world are increasingly recognizing the importance of sustainable and active mobility, as well as the environmental, social, and economic benefits for promoting mobility. It's good for your health, it's good for the environment, and it reduces traffic congestion. But the overall list of benefits for society is, of course, much, much longer than this. In a world where cities are growing, populations are shifting, and the need for sustainable solutions is more urgent than ever, cycling offers us more than just a means of transportation. It is a powerful tool for climate action, healthier communities, social inclusion, and a vibrant urban life. The bicycle is more than two wheels. It is a vehicle for change. The UCI has a unique role to play in transforming cities, given our global presence and passion for the bicycle. The UCI's Agenda 2030 aims to make cycling the sport of the 21st century, to make it more inclusive, and to develop a lifestyle around cycling. Last year, the UCI launched its new Bike City Pathway, which allows any city on any continent to benefit from guidance on cycling for all, in order to create healthier, safer, and more resilient communities. It equips cities with the necessary tools, case studies, and expert resources to transform into a thriving, bike-friendly community, fostering safer, healthier, and sustainable futures for all. But our work is far from over. And over the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to discuss how we can collectively enhance and use the humble bicycle through new ideas, collaborations, and global objectives. We have the honor of welcoming an outstanding keynote speaker, Jeanette Sadiq Khan, the former New York City Transportation Commissioner and the global voice for People First urban design, in addition to numerous experts and city leaders from all around the corners of the globe here today. At the UCI, we are particularly proud to launch the UCI's new Ride and Learn program, which aims to harness the power of cycling for education and social inclusion, in partnerships with Peace and Sport. We will also reveal the winners of the 2025 UCI Cycling for All and Sustainability Awards. Copenhagen's world-class cycling infrastructure and exemplary vision to be the best cycling city in the world makes it an ideal setting for the forum. You will have a chance to discover the extensive cycling network and infrastructure during tomorrow's tours. In addition, you will have the opportunity to experience the inaugural Copenhagen Sprint, UCI World Tour and Women's World Tour event, along with its vibrant public festival and bike parade. What better way to truly fully experience the positive impact and legacy that cycling can bring to events. Let this forum not just be a place for discussion, but a catalyst for action. Let us leave here not only with ideas, but commitments to build greater, greener cities, safer streets, and a stronger culture for cycling that goes beyond sport and becomes part of everyday life for everyone. Our sincere thanks go to today's expert speakers and our hosts, the City of Copenhagen and its partners, Wonderful Copenhagen, and Sport Event Denmark. We wish everyone an inspiring and productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Tony will be back on stage later. The bicycle is not just two wheels, but it is an engine for change. I thought that was a very good sort of a line in your speech. We now move on, and you already indicated that we have the honor of welcoming very sort of prominent sort of figure within the overall sort of topic that we are dealing with, Jeanette Sadiq Khan. Street Fight, Handbook for an Urban Revolution. What a brilliant title. And one immediately thinks of Tracy Chapman's iconic song talking about a revolution. The book, as I'm sure you've guessed by now, is written by our keynote speaker, Jeanette Sadiq Khan. Few have reshaped how we think about city streets like you. You were commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation from 2007 till 2013. And what a difference you've made. I remember first time I went to New York, that was in '93 after my studies. And I mean, the idea of sort of renting a bike in New York was suicidal. I'm not sure I would find a place there where I could rent a bike. And then I remember being back in 2010. I was back from 92 to 2010, but I remember in 2010 that I took a bike ride. And suddenly it seemed natural. I mean, obviously you could do that, and it was a great, great way to experience the Big Apple. I'm not going to read out your entire CV, but I'm just going to say what you are doing right now. Founding principal with Bloomberg Associates, where you work with mayors around the world to reimagine and redesign their cities. So on behalf of the entire audience, please give us all a big hand of applause for Jeanette Khan Sadiq.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Ooh, good start. Well, it is great to be here with all of you, and I had the pleasure of riding some of your infrastructure with Lena yesterday and saw the new bridge that just opened. And, you know, I have to say, it is cycling paradise here in Copenhagen. So it's a little bit daunting, you know, talking to the cycling paradise people about how to build cycling paradises. But I also want to thank ICU for their great sponsorship of this terrific conference, the Danish Cycling Embassy, and of course, the City of Copenhagen for having us here today. Now, I know it's a little early, but you have had some coffee. So I'm going to start by asking you a question. You are the leaders of the global cycling community. What is the greatest cycling city in the world? What comes to mind when you think, other than Copenhagen, what's the greatest cycling city in the world? Shout it out. Paris, Amsterdam, Ghent. Brisbane. Wow, haven't heard that. Maybe you need some more coffee.
Maybe you need some water.
Thank you.
There are people in Brisbane in the audience, so watch out.
Okay, I've been to Brisbane. I love Brisbane. But it's interesting that the same cities, right, come up over and over again. Copenhagen and Amsterdam, Antwerp, more or less. But this global cycling story is actually starting to change. Today, eyes are on cities like Paris, which in just a few years has turned from the city of lights to the city of bikes. London has also transformed with its low traffic neighborhoods, its superhighways, and its low emission zones. And today, in Paris and in London, people on bikes outnumber the people in cars in the city center. People are also looking at the new cycling paths and school streets in Milan. And we might think that the cities with the highest proportion of people riding have the best cycle paths, like here on Copenhagen's signature blue bike lanes. But cities like Bogota are breaking new ground with blue lanes that have some of the biggest platoons of bike riders that you'll see in the world today. In fact, the number of daily riders in Bogota equals the number of people who live in Copenhagen. It's astonishing. In Bratislava, Mayor Valo is rolling out the red carpet to riders. This is a protected bike path on the banks of the Danube River. Tirana in Albania has implemented a cycling network and seen a dramatic increase in ridership in just a few years. Brussels is seeing the benefits of their new cycling investments with a Good Move program. So it's no longer the usual suspects that we look to for inspiration. But that doesn't mean that Copenhagen doesn't have a lot to say. People revere Copenhagen as a cycling mecca. It's part of the Danish culture, identity, and image, and one that people travel here to experience. And cycling here isn't just this novelty thing. It's basic transportation, the best way to get around, reliably, safely, quickly. It's a way of life and one of Copenhagen's greatest cultural exports. It inspires people and cities around the world. And I think the story about how Copenhagen got here is as important as the destination itself. As Lena mentioned, Copenhagen has always been a natural cycling city. It's flat, it's compact. Most people rode bikes through the middle of the 20th century. But over time, car culture threatened this natural balance, and almost every big city in the United States and Europe faced the same choices about their future in the 1960s, but few made the kind of choices that Copenhagen made. This is Strogat in the 1950s and today. The cycling city of Copenhagen didn't just happen. It was the result of intentional choices to increase the footprint of people and decrease the footprint of cars. Like Little Longbridge, right outside this venue. You know, really, it looks like it's always been there, but it's just 6 years old. But it's important not to idealize the infrastructure itself, because as many of you know, building bike lanes is a lot harder than it looks. And this is the territory of Jan Gehl. A lot of you know Jan, and even if you don't, you probably know of his work. He led the first public life studies in Copenhagen, tracing how people moved in the city and developing street designs that reflected that. Reclaiming cars for people to walk, to linger, and to shop shapes people in the city, and it creates a better and happier city. So I want a round of applause for Jan Gehl for his vision and leadership. It's extraordinary work. I'm talking about happy cities, but happy is not a word that I would use to describe New York City's streets 20 years ago, as Luca saw. This is what biking on Broadway looked like in Manhattan back then. This street is not just hostile to bike riders. This street is hostile to human life. Under Mike Bloomberg, we took a different approach. His long-range plan looked at how are we going to accommodate the 1 million more people that were expected to move to New York City by 2030 and still improve the safety, sustainability, and quality of life in our neighborhoods and in our business districts. It had profound implications for our streets. We weren't going to accommodate 1 million more people by double or triple decking our streets. We had to make it easier for people to walk and bike and feel safe doing so. So we created 7 rapid bus routes, built 650 kilometers of new bike lanes, over 60 new plazas, launched the largest bike share system outside North America, and recorded the fewest traffic deaths in 100 years. Biking was a big focus of our work, but you don't become a biking city by telling people you should just get on a bike because it's healthy and a good thing for the environment. You can't expect them to ride if they don't have good lanes to ride in. And there's a saying here that there's no such thing as bad weather for biking, and we saw those pictures. There's only bad clothing, right? Well, there's really no such thing as a bad city for cycling, only bad infrastructure. In New York City, most trips are under 5 kilometers, easily done by a bike, but few people did it. So shortly before I became commissioner, I came to Copenhagen, where Jan welcomed us with open arms so that we could see Copenhagen through his eyes. And I saw bike designs like this that maintain parking for residents while making our streets safer and more inviting for people on bikes. This is an action shot from that visit. This was somebody on Jan's team. And we were kneeling in the lane, talking about the lane width, the curb reveal, the drainage. It was like the Matrix, where we saw the answer for the first time, realizing that we could transpose this simple design onto the streets of New York City. Now, that design may seem pretty basic to you, but on a major avenue in New York, where we've got trucks and taxis and buses and double-parked cars, it can be transformative. This is 8th Avenue, where we moved the parking lane away from the curb and pushed it out and created the first protected bike lane in the United States. You get out of your streets what you put into them. And a few years ago, Broadway was all about cars. It was a drive-only zone. And a few years later, bike lanes, bike share stations, pedestrian plazas, we invited people to enjoy the street in new ways. We moved fast to create a network of connected lanes so you could get to where you needed to go seamlessly and safely, making the street not just work for cyclists, but for pedestrians and for the businesses in Union Square. So, everybody loved it, right? Everybody loves these kind of changes. Hardly. They said, we're not Copenhagen. It's too hot in the summer. It's too cold in the winter. We're too New York for bike lanes. And streets are for cars. Everything seemed to have an exclamation point on it. One critic said that our first protected bike lane was too wide. He said it could have been a fraction of the size. That critic was none other than Jan Gehl. I mean, his heart was in the right place, even if his words weren't. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. But at the time, there just weren't a lot of cyclists in New York City. And when they finally fished Jan out of the Hudson River, where I'd thrown him, I told him that we weren't just thinking about people who were cycling in 2007. We were thinking about the city that we wanted to be. And to get there, we had to act quickly and experiment with temporary materials, paint, planters, stones from old bridge projects, things that could be implemented quickly. Because bike lanes aren't just good for bike riders. They are the anchor for an entirely different street. Well-designed infrastructure brings order to the street, and there wasn't much order when I started in 2007. But by 2013, we'd built a network of new bike lanes. I love doing this because it looks so easy. Oh, just push a button, all those bike lanes, so easy. Even Jan came around saying that New York City built more bike lanes in 3 years than Copenhagen had built in 40 years. And you see it today, it's a whole new city. We now have 2,400 kilometers of bike lanes across the city. You can bike from borough to borough in protected lanes. And building a strong cycling foundation was key for launching City Bike in 2013, which is now 40,000 bikes strong and the largest bike share system outside of China. How many people have been to New York City? Oh, okay. How many have you been in the last 10 years? Last 5 years? Okay, last year. Geez, this tourism program is working. Okay. How many of you have ridden City Bike? Okay. Who rode it in 2013? You, my friend, get a prize at the end of the talk. Nicely done, sir. So this was the moment that transformed cycling in New York City from alternative transportation to essential transportation. And you know, this is a funny picture. I was so relieved when this picture came out because when we launched it, like, sometimes things don't go well at launches. Have you ever had that happen? So like, you know, we were talking about who was going to pull out the first bike at the press conference. There were like 100 reporters here, news people from around the world. So the City Hall people said, Jeanette will pull out the first bike, you know, because if it doesn't go well, you know, we don't want the mayor, you know, sitting there with this bad bike. And so Mike was like, no fucking way. I am pulling out the first bike. And so everybody was just like very concerned about how this would go. And so actually the picture before this is of me just praying. And we were so relieved because his point was, it needs to work for me and it needs to work for everyone. A generation ago, a typical rider in New York City looked like this Mad Max messenger with a bag like a bandolier across his chest. But today, people use City Bike to commute, to shop, visit friends and families. 620,000 people a day ride bikes in New York City. 150,000 of them on city bikes. Today, there's a generation of New Yorkers that have never known their streets any other way. And when you have safe streets, you have better neighborhoods, better ways to get around, better ways to get to everything you care about. And those lanes that Jan thought were too wide, today, New York City is redesigning its bike lanes on the main avenues to be even wider to keep up with the demand and time signal so people don't have to stop. It didn't take years of planning, and it didn't take a lot of money. People sometimes criticize bike paths and plazas as nice things to have, but not if you need to fix your roads and fill your potholes, right? But for every dollar that we spent on bike lanes, we spent $99 to build and maintain a state of good repair on our roads. It's not either or. And New York City didn't invent the bike lane, but we did invent a process for implementing them quickly. And thanks to the work of leaders and advocates, many people in this room here today, there's been an explosion, not only in the United States and big cities like Los Angeles and Chicago, but smaller places like Austin and Tucson, even in Florida. And in cities not known for cycling like Mexico or Manila, where streets are starting to look more like the people who use them. This model of moving quickly and inexpensively holds a lot of lessons for cities around the world like Recife, which may not get the Copenhagen seal of approval, but the bright colors and the tactical designs represent a radical change in the culture of the street. This design may not look like much compared to what you have here, but it can mean the difference between riding and not riding in Bangkok. In Kampala, protected lanes get people to where they need to go safely. Cycling paths aren't great because of their engineering or their color or their cost. They're great because of what they make possible. Don't require years of research, don't require years of study and 8-figure budgets. They require bold, creative action that you can take today. And they're an incredible return on investment. Every dollar invested saves millions in the long-term health and economic benefits, as Tony pointed out earlier. On our first protected bike lane, retail sales went up 49%, while injuries and speeding went down. And this is consistent with national research across the United States, which found that street improvements like bike lanes, have a positive local benefit on businesses and economies, contrary to what many people think. Similar results around the world. You can see this in Toronto, more spending, more cyclists after the bike lanes went in. London found walking and biking improvements spurred a 30% increase in sales. Brussels, redesigning their city center through was better for business, dramatically reduced crashes and deaths. All of this is strong evidence for moving aggressively with people-first transportation projects. And people love these changes, and they elect leaders who support these changes. In city after city that's faced a backlash, the headlines against these changes are being replaced by headlines like these. Mayor Hidalgo, re-elected. London Mayor Khan, re-elected. Milan Mayor Sala, re-elected. Sydney Mayor Clover Moore, re-elected. Montreal Mayor Valerie Plante, re-elected. Where mayors have implemented the most aggressive bike and pedestrian plans, they have been consistently re-elected. Telling the story of change is a critical part of that, and I want to acknowledge the master communicator for transformative change, I think, in the world, Seth Solomonu, who is my colleague and my co-author on Street Bike. If you need some counsel on how to message change, there's no better guy to go to. In city after city, whether in New York, Detroit, or across Europe, these changes are increasingly the mark of a world-class city. But it takes leadership to make it happen. And the next mayor of Copenhagen can continue this tradition. Moving fast to take action today, not waiting years to make great streets a reality. And yet, when we look to the future, too many cities are looking to the past to solve their problems with new technology. So I asked ChatGPT to show me, what does the future of transportation, what would that look like on the streets of Copenhagen? And this is what it showed me. You know, AI doesn't create this kind of thing on its own, right? It's a product of the culture. Believing that the future of transportation looks the way we always imagined it, in futuristic cars with monorails and drones. But waiting for high-tech answers or high-end perfect projects shouldn't be the enemy of the good when it comes to public space. Leaving a signature space like this one in front of City Hall for years. We were here yesterday, right, at this empty space. A little imagination can go a long way, and a little color and creativity can go even further, turning an in-between space into a real public space until permanent construction catches up. We don't need better technology to have better cities. We need better streets and better design inputs so we're not making the same mistakes we made in the past. Now, the Danish are famous for design excellence, and there's no reason why you can't bring the same design sensibilities to your streets that you already bring to your fabulous interiors. And today, cities don't have to reinvent the wheel. I chair an organization called the Global Designing Cities Initiative, which has put out the Global Street Design Guide. Our fearless leader, Skye Duncan, who many of you know is here. Skye, thank you for your work. It's the recipe book for building safe streets for cycling, walking, and transit, and it's based on the experience from over 100 cities around the world. Translated into 7 languages, available for free, thanks to Bloomberg Philanthropies. People have downloaded it over 60,000 times. It flips the hierarchy, puts people on foot, on top, and cars at the bottom. It's been adopted by more than 100 organizations and development organizations, governments around the world, from Mexico City, Mumbai, Nairobi, to Nepal. And the purpose is to inspire mayors and city leaders with designs and strategies to implement projects on the ground, because these leaders are on the front lines. It's been endorsed by the World Bank and President Ajay Banga, and is available for free to all 189 member nations. And now, it's been endorsed by Copenhagen. This is an important message to cities around the world because these standards are now recognized by one of the world leaders in street design. And it's important for UCI, an organization that cares about cyclists, that whether for fun or sport or basic transportation, we need to think about ways to bring these approaches to every street in every city. Design guidance is important, but real change means making it a reality on the ground. And one of the people that's made a difference on the ground is Lotte Beck from Copenhagen, who gives master classes on getting this done. And I just want to give her a big round of applause. She's kind of the godmother of the movement. There is a clear hunger for this kind of work. We launched the Bloomberg Initiative for Cycling Infrastructure in 2022 to provide funding and design expertise for winning cities around the world. When we launched, the call for applications, we had high hopes, but we were blown away by the overwhelming demand, as you can see here. The selected cities come from 10 countries on 5 continents. So many cities are looking to Copenhagen for inspiration, and you all show people what's possible, like on the Cycleslongen, and what can happen if we spend even a fraction on cycling of what we spend on driving. We need to dream big and imagine that infrastructure like this could exist in our cities, like Artillery Weissbrunn, which opened this week, and we saw yesterday, spanning a dangerous crossing in a growing part of the city. But just as importantly, cities need to think small and fast. The best cycling infrastructure meets people where they are and gives them the connections they need, not just for cyclists, but for everyone on the street. It can be done quickly and inexpensively with the materials that every agency has on hand. And the cost of 2 of your bridges is more than the cost of all of the bike lanes that we built in New York City when I was commissioner. Half the people in Copenhagen ride bikes to work and to school, but the streets often don't reflect that usage. The answer isn't a gold-plated bike lane on every street. London did this with low traffic neighborhoods during the pandemic. Car traffic can still go through locally, but it's easier for people to walk and bike. Just some strategically placed planters and signs. Barcelona, super blocks, eliminate the need for bike lanes because the street already belongs to everybody. Or Berlin, where 2-way bike traffic exists safely on a 1-way street for cars. Utrecht, where the road is designed so that everyone shares the road and moves at the speed of light. The perfect world-class bike lane should never stand in the way of a street design that simply works, like this one I biked on yesterday leading to Christiana. No signs or markings, minimal cost and maintenance. What is today an idea on the streets of Copenhagen can be the seed of a new bike lane tomorrow and footprint for a new great street. The goal isn't to build the best, brightest, most expensive lane. It's to have the greatest cities where the connections unlock the full potential and livability of communities. It's not a question of engineering. It's a question of imagination. Reclaiming and redesigning city streets for people is a fight. It's a street fight. But it's a fight that we can win. It's a fight that we must win. And with the leadership and the advocacy and the passion of everyone in this room, it's one we will win. Because when you change the street, you change the world. Tack.
I think you can sense from the round of applause that people found this fascinating. So thank you very much. Personally, I thought what was really interesting was that you spoke a lot about Copenhagen, but you also indicated that the rest of the world, well, they are really, really sort of now developing sort of their various sort of policies with regards to cycling. Mm-hmm. So my own sort of impression was that we have to make sure that we don't lose sort of the edge that we have, sort of our overall image, because last night I checked, I mean, we have not sort of been able to agree upon a national strategy with regards to cycling, because it is something that we're also debating in Denmark, in Copenhagen. I mean, how ambitious should we be? Mm-hmm. And that sort of leads me to a question about the barriers. Because obviously there are barriers also politically. I was minister myself once, and we have to fight with various interest groups and other parts of the government. So where do you see the strongest barriers for cities really want to pursue an effective biking strategy?
I think some of the biggest barriers, I don't even know if I need this.
For our many thousands of viewers on YouTube, the crowd, yeah, please go ahead.
I think one of the biggest barriers is changing the culture of the city, right? The status quo is very strong in cities. And, you know, the idea that I'm here from the government and I'm going to make your street better for you. sometimes doesn't resonate the way we would like it to. And it can be hard to push back. I think that's part of the success that we had in New York came from having a visionary mayor, Mike Bloomberg, that laid out a strategy for what we were trying to accomplish. So you might not agree with putting in every bike lane, every bus lane, every pedestrian plaza, but you knew why we were doing it, right? There was an idea behind it. And then we moved very fast to show what was possible. And I think that made a difference. You know, so many times, you know, you go to a community and it just takes years to get anything done, right? So we started in communities that wanted the change, right? Where we were wanted, and moved fast to transform parking lots into plazas, to just with the temporary materials. And a big part of it was doing it in temporary materials because it reduced the anxiety that people felt. If it didn't work, we'll put it back.
Yeah.
It's fine, right? But people could see, hey, it's not the end of the world. I kind of like this. And that gets you over that cultural hump that can be a hard one to punch through.
So basically, I mean, experiments that have created sort of then the great examples, and then suddenly that actually changes the overall perception of cycling. I don't think you mentioned climate, did you?
You know, I didn't mention climate. I think people in the cycling world pretty much get the climate part of it. I mean, you're green. No, climate is a huge part of it, and it is part of the resiliency of a city, right? Like, you're not going to, when you even think about New York City, when we had Superstorm Sandy, you know, people weren't able to get out of town driving, right? We had to create bus bridges, you know, people were cycling, people were walking, you know, that was the future. And I think people are understanding more and more that it's an important investment. There's so many benefits. I talk about the economic benefits, the health benefits,
Retail
the climate
sales was an
benefits.
interesting point,
Yeah. So, but I think sometimes in changing political environments, you know, there are different messages that resonate. And so I think that's part of what's required is a little flexibility in how you position these types of changes. They're safety changes. They're great for kids, you know, in addition to being terrific for the economy and health and climate.
You were very kind about Copenhagen, and obviously all Danes and people living in Copenhagen agree with you. It is an absolutely, I mean, it's a great city. But I'm sure that when you sort of were biking around Copenhagen, that you also got some ideas for us. Because, well, why are they not having a bridge here? Or why are they not having more bike lanes here? Or any ideas for us?
Well, I think one of the ideas which I talked to was in front of City Hall. And I think that that's an easy one. It's a visible one. You could move very quickly on that. I think that some of the experiments that you tried during COVID also, you know, looking back to those were quite inspiring. And I think a lot of cities actually used the pandemic to experiment and try new things, and then saw that they worked and kept them afterwards. So I think there's a lot of opportunity still in the streets, but I have to say, it is fantastic biking around this city. It's a joy to be on these streets and with these beautiful bike lanes. So I must leave you with that.
Thank you very much, Janet Sadiq-Kans. Thank you so much for coming. Truly enjoyed it. You don't necessarily have to put it on right now, but obviously you need the jersey, yeah? And
nice.
And the cap, but you can also wait putting that one on. Yeah, anyway.
I got it.
Excellent. We move on to our first panel, and there is quite some overlap, and that was also intended. So I'm sure that our next speakers will also reflect upon what they just heard. We had a number of examples up here. I'm still a bit sort of disappointed about Brisbane, but I'm sure we may hear a little bit more about Brisbane later on. Hope so. But now we want to have perspectives from North America, but also Latin America. So this is about how we can become even more ambitious, but obviously also how we can learn from each other. So I think it's very clear that things are moving in the right direction. That was definitely the message that we just got. But it is also true that many cyclist citizens want to have more action, want to have their citizens having sort of, greater biking lanes soon. And we also heard that speed is the essence, that was one of the sort of secrets behind New York, being able sort of to move very quickly at the beginning of the overall sort of plan to have more cycling in, or have cycling in New York. So let's have my speakers up here. If you'd like to please join me. Claudia Diaz. Let's just get out. Jean-Baptiste Amonique, I'll introduce them later more specifically. Welcome. And Jen Dice. There you are in green, excellent. You got the memo about the dress code. Yeah, good. Please sit down. As I said, I'll introduce you as we go along, and what we're discussing now specifically is cycling policy as foundation for city planning. And we heard a couple of minutes ago, there are no bad cities for biking, but there's only bad planning. That was sort of one of these sort of things that I noted down, so bad infrastructure. So let's go to Bogota first, and we already heard sort of what's happening in Bogota. A really, really impressive development that you're having in your city. So Claudia Diaz, you are Secretary of Mobility at District Government of Bogota in Colombia. So what's your key message for us here today? And thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you for inviting us. And I'm here representing the city, and I'm super honored to be here. And for us, it started, I will say, in 1988 with Mayor Peñalosa, who was the first street fighter in our city and really like making these things happen. And then it was just, keeping the political will, because cyclists start like getting a voice, and it got really strong in the city. Like cyclists were raising the voice and making politicians and the technicals being aware of them, and they needed changes. And there was this the first term of Mayor Peñalosa, who was like, we need to change the things how we used to do things. So I will say that for us, 20 years after Mayor Peñalosa, we still fighting for having better infrastructure and giving better options. And it all comes to, as Janet was saying, better infrastructure. So I'll say that. And first thing that will be the political.
And I can see that you brought us an example of what you're doing, or sort of at least what is happening in the streets. Yeah?
Yeah, well, that's our Bike to School program. My team picked that photo. So we're also working, from with kids, taking them to school, and that has been a really crucial part of our work too, how we take these kids that otherwise maybe in our city they will not have an option to go to school. So we're focus these programs in low income neighborhoods where they really need this kind of support and help to not only to teach kids how to ride a bike and to have it as an option, but also for them to be able to go to school. So it has this component on biking, but also a social, super important component for us.
Fascinating. Well. And has it been successful, would you say?
Yes, more than 5,000 kids every day going to school on bikes and walking. We have both pedestrian caravans and cycling caravans, so both sum up more than 5,000 trips.
And we'll return to the issue of children and cycling afterwards. So I think here we already have a very good case study. We now move to Paris, or outside Paris, a suburb outside Paris. Jean-Baptiste Amonique, you have a plan, a master plan.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Could you say a few words about your master?
Yeah, of course. Thanks for inviting us, and thank you to the city of Copenhagen for hosting this event. So just in few words, because you all know Paris, but maybe you don't know Saint-Quentin and Yvelines. Maybe you know with the Olympic Games, so maybe we'll talk about it later. We're in the outer suburbs of the Paris region, and it's a very motorized region. So we don't build pedestrian and cyclist bridges to cross river, but to cross roads over here. So yeah, we try to have a multimodal approach, and we built in 2014 a local transport plan, and we have now a new cycling master plan. We have 250 kilometers of cycling paths and lanes, and our ambition is to go to 600 in 10 years. So it's 36 million of investment. We come from a far away because, like I said, we have a lot of cars, a lot of roads. The fact of taking the car is more efficient than taking bikes today. So that's why we're trying to have a new impulse on this policy. Just maybe a few numbers so you can imagine what our territory looks like, our region looks like. So we have 240,000 residents. We have 17,000 businesses, which makes us the second economic hub of the Paris region. That's why we have also residential, but a lot of transport moving around the region. So yeah, we are trying to build this plan. Like I said, it's a 10 years plan. It means, it's been said before, trying to win the battle of culture for bringing people to go from car to other public transport, and also to proactive and multimodal approach. But what is important, I think, today to tell you is how the Olympic Games triggered something new in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines. We have this land where we had biking for sports, and now we have biking for everyday transportation. So it's for us a great opportunity, and this new cycling master plan wasn't easy to put in shape because we had a bit of resistance, and politically also, but now it's I think it's on the good path, on the right path.
And before we get back to the Olympics, does Paris as such have a master plan for cycling, or is this something that you are doing? I mean, up north.
I think you were talking about the barriers.
Yeah.
We have one in France. We have too many levels of local authorities. I think we have.
Okay, let's change that here this morning.
We have one of the we have a lot of slaves, you know. So we have the state who has in charge the cycle policy. We have the region, we have the métropole, we have Paris, we have intercommunalité like Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, we have departments, and we have cities, and
President Macron.
Yeah, but I mean, why is it difficult? Because when you're on your bike and you go from a point A to a point B, I mean, you don't care of who's in charge. But it's a very tough thing to do because all those local authorities don't have the same agenda, you know. So yeah, it's a barrier, and so we have our local plan, but it depends also on the master plans, the new cycling master plan also of all those local authorities.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously also the country at a certain stage, probably. Anyway, the Olympics, I was there. I mean, what a blast. I mean, definitely. And lots of people biking, but many had left the city because they were dreading the number of sort of fans arriving to Paris. But at the end of the day, I mean, there weren't that many people. I mean, because people coming there could in no way sort of compete with the citizens who had left Paris. But anyway, that was a long story. Fascinating sort of Olympics. I love to go back, but unfortunately the next Olympics will be in Los Angeles, and who knows where Los Angeles is in 3 years' time. Anyway, let's see. I mean, because you brought a video clip, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. So let's see it. Yeah. And who won the 13 medals?
Oh, not only France.
Okay.
But we won one on the hill of Elancourt.
Yeah. We also won some medals, right? Yeah, that's good. Anyway, let's not get into that. We have to move on. Jen Dice, President and CEO of People for Bikes. What's your sort of major message here today?
Sure. My name's Jen Dice.
And welcome, sorry. Yeah.
So grateful to be here. So inspired by the UCI, their current work, their vision for the future. Thank you to the Danish Cycling Embassy, the city of Copenhagen. People for Bikes in the United States, we are a national bike advocacy organization and the U.S. Bike Industry's Trade Association. And we get up every day because we believe bikes make life great. And we understand the profound effect they can have on individuals and on communities. And believe it or not, our big vision is to make America the best place in the world to ride a bicycle. On-road, off-road, young to old, all ages, all abilities, all neighborhoods. I heard a few snickers back in this room. And we're coming for you. And we're seeing steady and measurable progress. And one of our signature programs is our city ratings program. What gets measured gets done, and we take so much inspiration from your international models. We brought hundreds of American stakeholders, elected officials, mayors, city council folks. We bring a lot of people to Copenhagen, outside of Amsterdam. We brought folks to Spain to see your beautiful success stories, models in placemaking and centering people versus cars. And it's just been so inspiring. You're helping America every step of the way. And our signature program, our city ratings program, next week comes out, and we will rate the best places in the United States to ride a bike. We're making steady and encouraging progress. Just a few years ago in 2019, we only had 33 cities in the United States that we would qualify as good for cycling. We measured them on a scale of 0 to 100. And now, a few years later, 5-6 years later, next week we'll announce 234 US cities that are getting that flywheel going. They're moving in the direction of being a European scale model. Great cities like Minneapolis, Brooklyn, Queens, Berkeley, Boulder, Colorado, Fort Collins, Madison, Wisconsin, and so much more. So our city ratings program is really showing cities what they can do to increase their score. Lower speed limits, better bike infrastructure, protected intersections, funding for infrastructure of all stripes. And like we've heard from my personal idol, Jeanette Sadet-Khan, earlier, you don't lead with the bike, you lead with people and placemaking and what the bike can do. And a friend of mine last week said that he is the best version of himself when he rides a bike, and I believe that too. I'm the best version of myself, and I believe cities can be the best version of themselves through the simple and humble bicycle. So.
And where do you see the main challenges?
Funding, of course,
Funding, yeah.
But we're turning the corner on that.
So let's hear a little bit more about funding. So.
Sure. Obviously, so many cities have funding challenges. And a big part of our work is political advocacy, action, lobbying, and we monitor ballot initiatives across the country. And last November, on our state and local ballot, we helped pass $27.2 billion for bond measures to put in bike infrastructure, active transportation, trails, mountain biking, and so much more. So cities and states, a lot of great things are happening at the local level to fund bike infrastructure and get their communities moving.
We mentioned earlier politics, and one has to be able to get support for many of these great ideas. And there you need facts. So this program has sort of produced changes. There's this impact of this program. So what are the various indicators that are important for the work you're doing? I mean, you mentioned the number of children. I mean, being part of your program. I mean, what are your goals? I mean, should you say next year we should have, 5% more or whatever? I mean, so how do you measure that you actually sort of doing the right thing, then that you could also get more funding in the years to come? Maybe we should start with Paris.
Saint-Quentin. Not Paris.
Well, I mean, up north.
No, it's important. It's important.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Probably like Frederiksberg here in Denmark and Copenhagen. Sorry, yeah.
No, we have a target of well, it seems low for you guys because you have a good policy of cycling, but 8% for the model share target for Saint-Quentin. But like I said, we come from far back, so we have actually 2 or 3% of the sport. So yeah, that's why we try to build all those cycling lanes. For the funding, it's an issue. Yeah, so like I said, 36 million euros for this 10-year plan, and well, like you maybe all know, the economic situation in France is not at the best at the moment. So we're afraid that the state might stop the credits for the bicycle policy, the cycle policy, and we actually need it to continue on our main goals. And like I said, also the fact that we have so many local authorities. We need that all the politics have the same ambition. So yeah, that's a barrier, but we go on. We have also the cities, because the Saint-Quentin-Yvelines, it's 12 municipalities, 12 cities. So each city has also its plan. And yeah, the tough part is to makes all those plans make sense together. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not easy, but we also have cycling counters now on our plan. So maybe with all those numbers, we will go back. We could make other choices and maybe improve also some things.
So you can see how many people are biking. We have it in the streets.
We started just after the Olympic Games near the Velodrome. We have one there, and the legacy of the Olympic Games for us, it's the fact that now the residents of Saint-Quentin, they don't only use their bike for sports, but also to go to work. So that's a good thing. I think we need to improve also the fact of the possibility of taking the bikes in trains, in bus. I think we're for the train station, we made big progress. We have parkings, we have everything for bicycles. They're secure. But yeah, in the trains, in the bus, I think we have some progress also to do, because yeah, we have quite distance to make in Saint-Quentin, and if you want to go to Paris, if you want to take your bike in public transports, I think we're not there yet.
Well, thank you for making that point as well, about the overall sort of public transport also I think is important, and also for linking this to I mean, one of the sort of panels we'll have later on the legacy of big sports events, I mean, like the Olympics and obviously Copenhagen Sprint. What's your take on the sort of question about impact? I mean, how do you measure it, and when sort of do you know that your various policies have been successful?
Well, definitely you have to measure things and you have to set goals.
Exactly.
For us, for example, back in 2011, we have more than 4,000 trips made daily in bikes. Now we're around 900,000 trips. And what we want to achieve is increase that number in the next 3 years. We have a 4 year terms administration. It's been 1 year and a half, almost a half. So we have these 2 years and a half to go up. The city, like 70% of the city moves in a sustainable way. Let's say we use public transport or walk or bike in 70%. We want that to raise to 74% by the end of 2027. So our bet is to increase that 4% mostly on biking, and that's what we are trying to achieve. So we have to build more cycle infrastructure. So we have to build in these next years to come 86 kilometers brand new for the city. So I think that that's what happens. And with the kids, we have to increase in 40% the number of kids that are part of this program. So it's about numbers, and of course, behind those numbers, the money and the resources, and of course, the political will to go with this kind of goals. And the setting, of course, the public policy. So we have a bicycle policy for the for the short and long term. So we have this, like the path that we have to follow. But at the same time, even though we have this long-term strategy and policy, we know that we just have 4 years to make everything that we dream of happening. So we have more, like specific goals that are even more ambitious that sometimes the public policy in the long term has. So that's like the thing that we have to.
Just a very short follow-up before I go to Jen again. I mean, the kids program. Do you think that could be somehow exported to other parts of the world? I mean, maybe even here, because we see that, and I'm sure the mayor will agree with me, that we see the figures going down for kids biking.
Yeah, no, of course. And actually, what we were faced with your last comment, when the kids, because we have kids from ages, we start teaching them how to bike since they were 3 years old. They join our program maybe when they are 5, and when they start growing up, they feel like they're older, so it's not cool to ride with the other kids. So we start looking that we were missing those kids that think that they're growing up. So we start making another kind of caravans with the bigger ones, and they are the ones leading the group, so having sort of like a different role and feeling more like autonomous and stuff. So we keep those kids still in the program, but it has a different name and a different brand. And with the little ones, we start by teaching them how to bike inside the school, and once it's safe, they start joining the caravans. But of course, it's a program that everyone, I will say, should have, and it's just amazing just to go with these kids. And in Colombia, I don't know, it maybe you will be surprised, but in Colombia and in Bogota, kids, sometimes, the majority of kids, they have to leave the house at 5 a.m. to go to school because classes start way too early. I mean, we just,
I don't think any Danish kid would ever make it to school in time, but okay.
So kids, and when you go with them, and at 5 a.m. you go to the meeting point, they're just super awake, super happy, and the joy is to ride their bikes and just meet their friends, and the sense of community also, because all the neighbors, they know their kids, they use that route, and also the big ones take care of the younger ones, and it's just amazing just to go there and ride with them, and just you end up feeling a lot of joy and happiness.
I'm sure that we now have a number of people who say, yes, I'm writing this down. This is a great inspiration for various cities. Impact, Jen? I mean, sort of I'm sure, you had the various sort of, it's a ranking system you do have, I presume. So what do you think about impact? What are the most important sort of focal points that one should make sure that one has in your system when you want to evaluate things?
Certainly, all the data, you have to make the data case. Of course, we've been talking about the people case and the placemaking case, but you need
Which is difficult to evaluate, I assume.
Exactly, yeah. So our city ratings program, we measure the quality of bike networks through our city ratings program in America. We rate about, like I said, 2,300 U.S. cities. We also do the U.S. We do the bike participation report every 2 years. And I'm pleased to report that 112 million Americans rode a bike last year. The last year we measured it. That's more Americans than have ever before. I think I have a slide on it as well, Isabella. And 112 million Americans rode bikes. Even more impressive than how many Americans are riding bikes is the percentage of kids riding bikes. And that's been...
that is, yeah.
Yep, there you go. We have a steady increase in kids ridership, 11% up for ages kids 3 to 17. It's been on a steady decline since 2018. How many people know about the bike buses in Portland that are coming out of there, Sam Balto? If you don't, Google Sam Balto bike bus and NBC. And I challenge you not to cry when you watch this video, but similar to Colombia, Kids across America are jumping on bike buses. And what started in Portland, Oregon was Sam Balto. We gave him an Oberstar Award last year. He started a movement. And they started biking to school once a day or once a week on Wednesdays. It got so popular, they expanded it. They convinced their Department of Transportation to leverage transportation funds to fund this really successful movement of kids joyously biking to school. And we measure the quality of a bike network by also by how safe it is, how connected, how protected. What will it take for mom to allow kids to ride without her? And we're seeing more and more communities embracing protected bike infrastructure, connected bike networks, lowering speed limits, building complete streets. And so all those measurements into safety, speed limits, protected bike lanes, participation, ridership number, and more is really how we measure it. Just last year, we also launched a recreational bike access tool. So our city ratings is on-road, bike commuting, transportation biking. We have a recreational access tool that just came online. So we can help land managers, parks folks, determine where you have access to trails, to mountain biking, to little urban jump parks, and so much more, because we represent both recreational and transportation cycling.
We have 4 minutes left because some of the people there need coffee. Public buy-in.
Critical.
Yeah, right. But I mean, have you examples where you failed? Where it was
Everywhere.
not? This must be difficult, at least it is here sometimes.
I think the most critical part is not leading with the bike, getting really empathetic and thinking about what truly a bike does for a community, but not necessarily leading with it. So you think about economic development, access to opportunity, jobs, mobility, and so much more. We do a lot of campaign work at People for Bikes where we do sort of intentional community outreach. In one community in our signature pilot program, we had knocked on doors, not once, not twice, but 3 times by the time this proposal came to fruition, so that we had businesses, community leaders, community groups, absolutely brought along every step of the way, not consulted later when the plan is out and you're ready for the ribbon cutting. Every step of the way, your communities have to be critical stakeholders. And through polling, campaign, and message work, we do a lot of work to make sure the mayor and the city council knows that they have broad public support for what they're about to do. Because if you don't have the campaign backs of the political leaders that are going to champion your change, it's really pushing the boulder uphill. So we're a big believer in good old-fashioned campaign tactics to make sure that you prove through polling, campaign work, and messaging what mobility can do for a community and get the mayor behind you.
Jean-Baptiste, a short remark on that?
Yeah, companies in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines are also great ambassadors because we also have this challenge, a bike challenge with businesses. It's I think the one that is currently going on will end in a few weeks, and I mean it's great because they show that it works and that it's important. And one thing I wanted to add, it's the fact going towards people. You know, in French we call it le aller vers. In this aller vers. And vert does not mean green in this sentence, but it could. We have a bike station, and before this bike station was only in our train station, our most important train station, and so the problem was that we couldn't touch every resident in the 12 cities of Saint-Quentin. So we made it a mobile bike station. So every week it goes in a different city. So you have rental, you have repairing. You have information, of course. And I think the fact of going towards people, towards businesses, is something that can help and to win this this battle of culture, because it's quite difficult when you try to carry a cycling policy alone. I think you need also that the private sector to be along with you in this approach, and not only by funding, but also with campaigns, as has been said.
Final short remark?
Besides the social part and having the community on the early stage of any project is crucial. But one of the challenges I'll say that Latin America is facing right now is motorcyclists. and how we, like I will say, how are we going to be able to win that, like to make cycling stay, like increase and not for people to move from public transportation or cycling to motorcycles. I think that's a huge battle that we have right now. In the city, 7% of the trips are made in bicycle, but also 7% on motorcyclists. And what we have after the pandemic, or during the pandemic, was people changing from public transportation to motorcyclists. So we're trying to sort of, to fight that battle and to recover our passengers, but also we want people to move to cycling also. So, and I think it's for the whole Latin American countries and cities that we're facing the increasing numbers in motorcyclists in our cities.
What a brilliant panel. Big hand of applause. Oops. So it's now time for a break. Janet has sort of very kindly said that we have a number of books outside, free books, limited supply, now in the break. I'm here, and it's very, they're out there, so that's going to be difficult for me to win the race for the book. So can you sort of promise me to keep one? Yes, and you're also happy to sign, I have been told here, so thanks a lot for that. And logistics, you have a break now, 20 minutes, so you are back here at 10:50, where we then continue with our next panel on industrial cooperation or collaboration. Thank you very much. I looked into Please find your seats. We're just about to start. We are starting in 2 minutes. Please find your seats. You have 1 minute to find them. Welcome back. It is now time to get down to business, literally, because we'll now discuss how we can advance cycling through industry collaboration. A lot of that also depends upon what I do sort of when I'm not here, so to speak, dealing with EU affairs, because if we want to have a stronger cycling industry, we also need more research, we need more innovation, we need common goals, and that is, as far as I could see last night, is also at the heart of the EU's declaration on cycling. So where are we with all this? More specifically, how can the cycling industry create measurable progress and actionable policies to achieve ambitious cycling visions? And who knows, maybe Copenhagen can be an enabler for this development. So let's get started, and of course, once again, we have excellent speakers. Now we're going to do it sort of like pitches, so we'll have a pitch by Thijs van Dijk, advocacy specialist from Shimano, and then we'll have a case for European, and you have your case for European standard for mechanism, and then we move on to Brian Bell, and you are Vice President of Communication and Social Impact at Strava. And the pitch there will be, how can gamification get people moving? How can app data contribute to better city planning? So these will be the presentation, and then we're going to have some reflections afterwards. So let's have our first speaker up here. He's already jumping up here, so Thijs van Dijk, you are ready. So European standards, I'm sure you'll be able to sort of get this,
going.
Yeah, going, yes, absolutely.
Hi,
Great
everybody.
fun, yeah. No.
Imagine, today it's a bit hard to imagine, but imagine that it's a rainy day in Copenhagen. Peter just brought his 2 kids to school in his cargo bike. Since a month he has his cargo bike, he sold his car because he want to lead by example. Since a week he has some problems with braking, he doesn't really know what to do. He looked online if he could order bicycle maintenance at his house after work, but he couldn't really find any, so he decides to wait for the weekend. Just after dropping his kids to school, he sees that there was a problem with his bike. He can't continue. He doesn't, again, not know what to do. He doesn't really know if there is an infrastructure that can pick him up, repair his bike on the road, so he decides to go to the first bike shop. He asks the first bike owner, do you have time to repair my cargo bike? The owner checks his agenda, he says, I have time in 3 months. Peter goes to the next bike shop. He asks, do you have time to repair my cargo bike? The owner says, I just lost my best mechanic, sorry. Peter goes to the third bike shop. He asks, do you have time to repair my cargo bike? The owner says, sorry, I just found a mechanic, but he's uneducated. He can only fix tires. Peter goes to the fourth bike shop. They have time. Somebody cancels his appointment. Peter brings in his cargo bike, asks, can I borrow a bike from you to go to work? He says, sorry, I don't have that, but I can call a cab for you. On his way to work, Peter was wondering, why did he do this again? Why did he sell his car? Is this really something that they want to do the rest of his life? All sweaty and wet? So today, I'm going to discuss with you why bicycle mechanics are the problem, but also the solution. By answering these 4 questions, why are bicycle mechanics problems and solutions? What is the evidence backing it up? What can we do about it? And what are concrete next steps? My name is Thijs van Dijk, and I run the advocacy activities for Shimano Europe. So why are bicycle mechanics problem and solution? Who of you did experience barriers to bicycle maintenance or bicycle service in the last year? Please raise your hand. Yeah, it's funny. 80% of everybody here. And it's good to remember, you are the ecosystem of cycling. You were basically born on a bike, you live in Copenhagen, let alone people that are not living in Copenhagen. And I also feel sorry for the next group, people that have a lifelong car dependency, people that are from a low-income community, people that have a disability or special needs, people maybe not with a culture related to cycling. So how are we going to make sure that we're not only getting us on bikes, but also the rest? So we need to remember that the ecosystem that keeps cycles on the roads need to be improved. And if we think about the ecosystem that after we build the infrastructure keeps the cycles going, unwinds people, it's the cornerstone of this ecosystem of bicycle mechanics. You need them in every business model. I think there is not a business model that keeps bikes on the road without bicycle mechanics. And also we need to remember that a lack of skilled bicycle mechanics that is holding down every new business model. You already see it that with new business models around cargo bikes, sometimes they fail just because of a lack of mechanics. And also we need to keep in mind that if we want to create the same ecosystem that is there for the automotive industry, that we might need to get the people out of cars on bikes, it needs to be a lot better. But what is the evidence backing it up? And I will start with some anecdotal evidence. So this is my bike shop in Utrecht, and I called them on the 25th of February this year for the first appointment they had. I had to wait for over 2 months. I'm not sure if you know what the weather is in Utrecht in February, more or less the same as here, so not exactly cycling high season. In May, I also called them again. I had to wait for over 4 months. I'm lucky, quite privileged, because I'm from a cycling background, and my dad helped me to fix my brakes. But what do you do when you can't fix your bike? You probably stop cycling, right? So what is the real evidence? And this is the first time that is this shown outside Shimano. It's collected a few months ago. And we did a research among our Shimano service centers, which are the best retailers in Europe. We say that at least. The data I'm going to show you are the biggest retailers. So retailers that have more than 5 mechanics. So the best and the biggest in Europe. So do they have a delay due to lack of mechanics? 40% of them said, yes, we have a delay due to lack of mechanics. So we asked them, do you think you will need more mechanics in the future? 94% of them said, we feel the workshop is most critical for the success of my business in the future. So very likely, yes, we need more mechanics. But do you have a challenge to recruit new mechanics? Remember, these are the best bike shops in Europe, the biggest. 64% of them said, yes, we have a challenge to recruit new mechanics. So there are not enough mechanics. They will need more mechanics in the future. And they can't recruit new mechanics. But is it then a challenge to keep your mechanics? 50% of them said that it's a challenge to keep mechanics working for them. Once again, remember, these are the best retailers in Europe. So where do all these mechanics go? In the Netherlands last year, 24% of bicycle mechanics left the industry. They stopped being a bike mechanic. So they are, of course, also replaced with some bike mechanics. But, there is one. There should be a chart here. And that chart should show that of all bicycle mechanics that enter the industry in the Netherlands, only 9% is certified as a bike mechanic. So the problem is that we're only not having not enough mechanics. We need more mechanics. All the mechanics that are coming in the industry are not skilled. That's the problem. So we have a skill drain in our industry. And while the bikes become more complicated, business models become more complicated, they will probably need more skills than they had. And they have less skills. So therefore, bicycle mechanics are really the problem and the solution in our industry if we want to grow cycling. But what can we do about it? We can standardize training and certification in Europe, internationally. Some countries do not even provide bicycle training, so that already shows a bit where the problem is. We can inspire and support new people to come to our industry to become a bike mechanic. And we can position the bicycle mechanic as really a solution for many of the problems that we're currently facing. Whether it's inactivity, whether it's a throwaway culture, whether it's more healthy and livable cities. Bicycle mechanics are really the cornerstone that can drive many of the changes that we're looking for. But there are, of course, more things that we can do. And it's also good to keep in mind that not one company, not one association, not one city can find a solution for this, but we need to do it together. Therefore, today, we have a concrete next steps. We work together with Cycle Industries Europe. We aligned with the UCI, who were supportive from the beginning. But we are opening a call for evidence to define what are the gaps in the industry, what are the consequences, what are the risks, and what can we do about it, and what are the best initiatives. So from today, we open a call for evidence. We call it Next Gen Mechanics. We will announce it next week on Eurobike as well. And we will have a few months in which we collect evidence. We will also share it afterwards, so no need to directly scan it, but you can of course do. And the idea is to work together, to collect now evidence for some months, then preferably go to Copenhagen for a meeting to discuss, okay, now with this evidence, what do we need to do? What is the role that Copenhagen can play? What is the role that associations can play? What is the role that the rest of us can play? And then define, okay, what are the concrete steps that we do? So what are the KPIs? Where do we pledge for? And then jointly solve this problem. And remember, what about Peter? Peter decided that day that leading by example were worth some sacrifices, were worth some uncomfortabilities. And that, my ladies and gentlemen, the city of Copenhagen, is also my last ask to you. Lead by example, help us solve this problem, and be like Peter.
Okay. Let's see whether our next speaker dares to come up to the podium after this. How can gamification get people moving, and how can app data contribute to better city planning? Take it away, Brian Bell.
Hi. I see a lot of familiar faces. I'm the guy from Ghent, for those of you who don't know. There's been a lot of conversation, so I'm excited about this one. My name is Brian Bell. I'm the Vice President of Communications and Social Impact at Strava. I'm coming all the way from Texas. I need more energy than this. This does not suffice for what I have to present today. I'm going to start, and if I don't get the energy I need, I will stop and start over. So, is everybody ready? Oh, thank you. All right, here we go. Raise your hand if you know about Strava. Duh. Raise your hand if you know about Strava Metro. Ooh. I saw faces like, Strava Metro. Well, guess what? By the time you leave here, you'll know more about Strava Metro. All right, so Strava was founded on a singular premise, that there was going to be a brand that inspires the world to move. I saw all the hands go up about Strava. You're moving. King of the mountain, queen of the mountain, local legends, probably lost some of those to somebody else who's coming up, and now you're mad about it. It's fine. You can get those things back. But I'm not here to talk about you replacing your king and queen of the mountain titles, right? We're going to talk a little bit about this idea. When you think about Strava, a lot of people think about this, let's call it ultra-competitive person in Lycra, on a bike, winning races, professional athletes, the Tour de Femme avec Zwift. Got to give the women a shout out too. It's not just about the men, because we see women on the platform. But when you think about it, the data actually tells a different story. The data is just not rooted in competition and leaderboards. What the data is beginning to show us is that commuting is the biggest activity on Strava. I see your mouths open. That's good. That's good. You should be surprised. But what's really important about this is that we have one of the most powerful data sets in the world. Since inception, there have been over 13 billion activities uploaded to the platform. So when you think about where we can go with that data, it's pretty impressive. We're going to get into it. Remember that 13 billion. I told you it's engaging, so you need to remember it. I'm going to ask somebody to raise their hand and recite it back to me. What's the number? In unison, 1, 2, 3. Just like a choir. I love it. I love it. All right. You might be surprised to know that we have over 150 million athletes. Yes, athletes, because anybody who sweats is an athlete. I don't care if you do yoga and touch your toes. If you sweat when doing it, you're an athlete in our book. All right? So over 150 million athletes are on the platform. Now, what you might also find impressive is that is somebody's phone. Oh, my goodness. Okay, ignore it, Brian. Keep pushing. But what we have here is that every single week, there are 51 million activities uploaded to the platform. 229 miles. Sorry, I don't know that in kilometers, but it's on the slide. 369 million kilometers each week. Think about that just for a second. Let that sit in. One, that's a second. Now that you thought about it, think how impressive that is and how that data can feed into a system that I'm about to talk about. Now, before going into that, I want to get back to the stats. So if we zoom into Europe alone, what you'll see is that 71% of all cycling activities in London in 2024 were commutes. We heard a lot about London, right? About infrastructure and how they're super impressive. But Jen and I have a plan to get America on the map. That's right. Remember that. America is coming, okay? Well, we're going to get better. We're going to get better. All right, so zooming in again, 63% of all cycling trips in Berlin in 2024 were identified as commutes as well. That's pretty impressive, right? Now, we heard a lot about the city of Paris. We talked about the Olympics. We had a partnership with them. I'm going to talk more about that just a little bit. But zooming in here, from 2024 or 2023 to 2024, there was an uptick of 154% of cycling activities. 74% of all cycling activities in Paris were commuter rides. That's pretty impressive. Now, also on the platform, we have some of the world's most iconic brands. When we talk about the gamification, it's these brands that you know and love. That's why you complete your challenges on the platform. Everybody nod and say, yes, we do our challenges. We get our badges, we get our coupons, we get our discounts. We love free stuff, right? Yes, we do. But when you complete each activity, a brand like one of these on this screen right here will often generate a code. You can get a discount for a part, a kit, something. But it's the gamification of that that keeps people inspired and coming back, because you like free shit. We all know it. Just acknowledge it. Yes, I said it. You like free stuff. But it's the activity that unlocks the free stuff, right? So it's not necessarily free because there's sweat equity that you're putting forth in order to unlock one of these discounts. All right. What this feeds into is those brands are also building communities on the platform. Community is what keeps people active. People keep people active. You see your friend doing a great activity, you're like, I can do that. You pull a hamstring doing it, then you're like, no, I can't do that. But you tried it, and that's all that matters. So when you think about people keeping people active, it's one of our golden rules at Strava. We have to motivate one another, but it's the community that inspires. And there are over 1 million clubs on the platform today. So whether you like to walk, run, cycle, yoga, Stairmaster, it doesn't matter. There's a club for you on the platform. Now, here's the thing that worries me. We're all excited about it. We're talking about it. The next generation is who we need to be inspiring. We can do the work and we can sit here and talk from our positions of authority in most instances, but it's the future generations that need to carry this torch for us. What we're seeing in the data is that Gen Z, they're not going to let us down. They're not going to let us down. I hope they don't let us down. But what we're seeing right now is that they are the #1 cohort that are starting clubs on the platform. They're the #1s that are multi-hyphenate athletes. So they are transcending just one particular sport. They're going across a range of sports. That for us is encouraging. We need more of that. We need these to become the next advocates. We need the movement from each one of these individuals to continue to feed into the data set. It is critical. All right? But none of this is possible without infrastructure, and that's what we're going to talk about today. The infrastructure is the #1 thing that we need to make sure we are looking after. Now, Strava Metro, the hands that did not go up, is a wonderful platform. Strava Metro, you might ask, what does Strava do with their data? Guess what? We do not sell it. That's right. We don't sell the data for commercial purposes, for any reason. What happens to that data is it's de-identified, it's aggregated, and it goes to a separate platform called Strava Metro. That's how we know the behaviors of how people are moving. Now, with Strava Metro, NGOs, government entities, nonprofit charities, all of those have access to the data. You have to go through a rigorous application process. Tom right here is one of the people. Tom, raise your hand. He's one of the people that reviews it, along with a stellar squad. It's a small but mighty team, but they are chef's kiss. They are great. But it's important to know that it's through this that helps build the better infrastructure. Through that aggregated non-identifiable data, we have over 4,000 partners. Some people in this room are partners. There is somebody on the academic program for Strava Metro. Raise your hand. Ah, there you are. Yes, we launched our Strava You didn't know it was coming, did you? Surprise. So we have a Strava Metro academic program which unlocks it for academic students who are doing phenomenal research projects across the globe. Come find me later. We'll talk more about it. All right, so now we're going to zoom in even further. That's right, we're going to keep zooming. But all of this, I'm not going to read the slide. You can come find me later. We can talk about it because I'm pitching. I hope I'm doing a good job. But all these things right here, non-technical, technical people can do on the Strava Metro platform. So how far did you go? What is your carbon saved? Ooh, that's a new feature. Yes, it is. So it does all of that work for you. It's an amazing platform. It's amazing. And I encourage you, if you want to be part of this, you need to sign up for it. All right? So now, on the Strava Metro platform, we're going to zoom into Copenhagen. You can see across this bridge, in 2024 alone, there were over 120,000 people that crossed that bridge. How do we know that? Strava knows it. Strava knows where you've been. And it's that information that builds better infrastructures. So you can zoom in anywhere. You can go to the edges, you can use our hexagon feature, and you can see the patterns of people, when they travel, what day they travel, all of that through the Strava Metro platform. So if you say, you know what, I have an inkling that this person or this group of people are going across this bridge every Monday, but I don't know how they're doing it because it's mainly meant for cars. Strava Metro data can tell you exactly what that looks like. Gonna zoom into London. The biggest thing to know here is that worked with TfL in the City of London to create a data set that informed traffic light patterns, right? And so being able to shave 17 seconds off the traffic light patterns saved £1 billion. I don't know the conversion in dollars, but I know that's a lot. £1 billion in productivity was saved through this research project. That's just one thing that Metro can help unlock. TfL does Cycle Sundays now. It's a beautiful slide. We have a partnership, but again, it's trying to get more people moving. It's encouraging cycling. It's encouraging more commutes. It's encouraging people to upload. So if you want this data set to continue to be rich and robust, it's important that you continue to advocate for people to upload to the platform. Whether they tag it commute or not, that doesn't matter. All public activities on the platform get fed into the Strava Metro data set. Anything private, know that it does not get included, so you can still keep those things on your own little thing. But I encourage you, make it public, share it, because it's only going to make each one of your regions, your cities, your countries better the more you share through Strava Metro. There's that. That's all I got. Thank you.
And that, for obviously, right? Woo! Woo! So, and while I'm sort of trying to see what this can be done. So let's move on. I mean, now we want to have some reflections, comments from our two next speakers, Jens Christian Lytken, Mayor of Employment and Integration of the City of Copenhagen, and Jesper Kronborg, Director of Transportation at the Danish Chamber of Commerce. So now we're expecting a similar sort of dynamic sort of pitch from the two of you. Well, I'm sure you can cope with that. Anyway, I mean, what are your reflections on what you just heard?
If I may begin, actually to you, Brian, we have a special program here in Copenhagen for Americans who want to move to here. so that's one way to start.
Maybe he also has a family.
Yeah, everyone is welcome here.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah. No, I think it was two interesting pitches. If we begin with the first one, I think actually here in Copenhagen we have a lot of places where it's possible to get repaired your bike quite fast, but it's not the case in the rest of Europe. And especially for me as the mayor for employment, I think this is a very interesting business area because we know a lot of people who can have difficulties finding their way into the labor market. They actually begin in this kind of businesses. We have seen a huge success with persons with immigrant, refugee background who are running these kind of shops, but also persons with disabilities, with mental problems. Their way into the job market and their way actually away from the social benefits is through these kind of jobs which have something to do with biking. So I think there's still a huge opportunity in this area here in Copenhagen, but I think also in the rest of Europe. And according to your figures, there's definitely a market for that as well. So I think that's quite interesting. And the same goes for the pitch from Brian. These kind of data, they are really valuable, and all the features you were showing, so on. I think this is also something which sounds really interesting. So, and especially in a big city where people are really interested in these kind of things. So that's my first reflections.
Jesper?
Thank you. Also, just first of all, thank you for very inspirational talks. I'm also biased because I'm a happy user of both your products. So wonderful to hear about your thoughts on that. And thank you for your good points about data, innovation, and also the need for a skilled workforce. For me, it's also a reminder that we need a more structured way to accommodate and welcome businesses like yours to Copenhagen and connect you with the startups and suppliers in Copenhagen and in Denmark. Because if we're not able to do that, then it's a missed opportunity both for you, but also for us. And we need a more structured way to do that. And so that's a reminder, and also the reason why we are sort of advocating for a cycling industry cluster in Denmark to help accommodate that issue.
And is this an area where you hope to see lots of new jobs in the next couple of years?
We think there's a large potential. I think if you look at a global scale, I think McKinsey recently made a study that showed that micromobility, that's cycling and other modes of transport within micromobility, there's a market for $360 billion going forward towards 2035. So the market is large, and especially I think there's a potential in Denmark because if we have to look a bit inward, we have a large, we're front runners within green transition. We have a history of design, green tech, and a skilled workforce. So there's a potential here that we should be better at capturing.
And a strong focus on climate, green energy, and so forth.
Exactly.
I assume is also important here. Jobs, obviously, I mean, being a Liberal mayor, I'm sure this is also on the top of your mind. But as far as I could understand, there was just a feasibility study made, right, in the city of Copenhagen on some of these issues. What are the core messages that you'd like to share with regards to that?
Well, that is that Copenhagen is open for business when it comes to bicycling. It's just looking out of the window, you can see bicycles everywhere. So I think this is the most obvious city to create a bicycle cluster, the most obvious country to do that, maybe together with the Netherlands. But I think these are the two countries which are really front runners in bicycling. And I think we have been good in like developing our city into a bicycle-friendly city. I think the next step is also to make new workplaces out from that, to attract more businesses within the bicycle area. And in order to do that, we need this bicycle cluster.
And what initiatives have been taken, I mean, both at the national level and also in Copenhagen to achieve that?
It's something we are going to invest in, and there's a reason why we are hosting these kind of events. Is because we want to raise attention about the possibilities. I think we cannot only do it as a municipality. The most important partners are, of course, the business, but what we can provide from the municipality is the infrastructure, all the data, and all the Copenhageners who are taking their bike every day. They are providing all these important data points.
And yes, but what are you telling the Danish government to do on these issues, creating jobs through the bicycle sector? And I'm sure anyway, I mean, the government always listens to you, so your sort of policy and the government policy must be the same. So let's hear about that.
Well, first of all, I think it's important that we don't become complacent in Denmark and think about how good we are at cycling, because the countries around us are moving fast and we have to keep up. We should not continue just not to be a cycling nation, but continue also to be a cycling inspiration for other countries, and that's important that we keep that in mind. And so, how do we do that? Well, at the moment, the government is working on a cycling strategy, looking forward. And
how is that going? Actually, is it just around the corner? Or?
It was just around the corner, but
so have you seen it recently?
Well, the latest I've
since you are the government, sorry, yeah.
No, unfortunately not. But it's been delayed. But I think in that regard, it's actually a positive sign, because they've had a lot of contributions, and to me it's a sign that they're actually listening and trying to accommodate all these point of views and suggestions. So I think we will see actually a good cycling strategy after the summer break, maybe sometime between the summer break and the fall. But not to go into detail, but I think it's the general gist of it is that we should aspire to just not be a cycling nation, but also a nation to build, to grow and expand and export our cycling knowledge, and that's some of the key issues that we're trying to promote in the cycling industry, in the cycling strategy, and also in the dialogue with the Copenhagen municipality and this need for the cycling industry cluster that we're talking about now.
Jens Christian, final remarks. You see this clock is going completely ballistic down there. What are you especially proud of in Copenhagen with regards to green transport that our international guests should see, not now, but when they have some spare time?
And normally when I have international guests, actually last week I had a huge delegation from South Korea, and they were all men between 50 and 70 years old, I think. And I told them that in this country, everyone is going on bikes. Even cabinet ministers, mayors, everyone is going on bike, because we have the infrastructure to it. It's the fastest way to get around in the inner city, and it's also good for our health to go around. And especially a day like today, there's no better way to
Don't go out into the sun.
Yeah, go out of this room and grab a bike and then go around in our city. That would be my key message. But I think it's that everyone is going a bike. I think that's something very Danish and something which can inspire other countries, because if you take the bike, you're the one who gets fastest forward. So there's a reason why we do that in this very efficient country. Then we take the bike because it's the fastest way to get around.
Excellent. Let's give them a very big hand of applause. And without further ado, we move to the next panel. And now we will be looking at basically rethinking cycling funding for cities around the world. We just heard a little bit about funding, but that was also a challenge. That was also part of the previous panel, but now we'll look upon it sort of more from an international sort of perspective. I can see some of my panelists already sort of ready to jump up here, yes. So I've already now quoted Elvis and I've quoted Tracy Chapman, so obviously I have to quote Freddie Mercury. I want to ride my bicycle, I want to ride it where I like. So I guess that goes for the so-called West, as we used to call it. Also goes for the so-called Global South, as some still like to call it. But it's not always happening that you can ride wherever you like. So despite the potential and the affordability and the sustainability, connected to biking. There are apparently still some barriers and these are the barriers that we should discuss, and we should discuss particularly also the financial mechanisms that would allow us then to have scalable solutions. So this is sort of basically the overall point. How do we unlock scalable solutions? So let's have up here Claudia Adesola-Steil, Deputy Director at Global Urban Mobility, and also many other affiliations. I'm skipping those. And great shoes. You took them off. Why did you do that? Ooh, but they're great anyway. Sky Duncan, Executive Director, Global Designing Cities Initiative, CDCI. Yes. Gunghar Parikh, C40 Director of Transportation. Good. And I have been warned that you are sort of a panel, what you could basically continue until next week, sort of debating these issues. So feel free, but the rest of us will go out in the sun at a certain stage because we need to bike. There's a global momentum around the active mobility issues. Can we agree upon that? Yes, we can. What's driving that what's driving that momentum? It was apparently not climate change when I asked earlier. So what is driving it? Why are more and more cities then engaging, so trying to create new sort of projects, initiatives with regards to cycling? Do you want to start? We're not getting anywhere if you
Cities are very important, right? They are growing. They are engines of innovation, of development, but they are also very concerning, right? We have 70% of the emissions happening in cities. And our cities are only going to grow more. Mm-hmm. So I think it's at the center of our thinking right now because of climate change, but also because we need economic development, we need equity. So cities are at the center. And at the core of that is transport. Transport is really the conductor that helps people to go to a job, to access service, but also can behave as a barrier for that.
So climate, the speed with regards to transportation was the core two arguments that I can tease out of what you just said. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, the reality is people are starting to demand more choices in their cities, right? In the post-COVID world in particular, people can often choose to live and work in almost any city in the world, right? Mm. And so I think as Jeanette showed us earlier today, courageous leaders are realizing that they need to carry that courage to actually implement change on the ground. And they're realizing, investing in and focusing on cycling as an authentic choice for people to move about makes sense, right? Our streets are our largest network of public space that we have in our cities, as we've seen, and that space is finite. So as more people are moving to our cities, we have to make, as people who are making decisions around how that space is used, we need to make better and smarter and more efficient use of that real estate, right? When you think of how we think about private real estate, and we value every single centimetre, and yet our public space, we're quite happy to kind of somehow dish that over to our least efficient mode of movement, right? It just doesn't make sense. So I think smart leaders are realising that. I think people are demanding it, and slowly but surely we're seeing more and more financing support that. But it ultimately just makes sense, and I think that's why we are kind of slowly seeing this uptake.
So to create livable cities is also very much part of this, to make sure that we have lots of people moving to Copenhagen, just to give you one example, because then yes, Christa would be happy. Yeah, exactly. Or other cities, yeah, sure. But now we're focusing upon this gentleman from Texas who would like to move to Copenhagen. What? Momentum.
Thank you. So I would absolutely agree with what my colleagues have said about kind of climate reasons, health reasons, equity reasons, that cities are, putting in more and more cycling infrastructure. It is what people are asking for. We're seeing increasing evidence that car dependency does not make for happier people or for happier cities. Car dependency is making us unhealthy. It is making our cities more congested. It's making our cities more polluted. And there is increasing recognition that unless we move away from this, we cannot improve our cities and we cannot make them better, more livable spaces. it's also nice to see how this is becoming more normalized. So, a decade ago, we talked about New York's bike share scheme. We looked at the bike share scheme in Paris and Copenhagen, other places. At some point, we were counting kind of the rise of bike share schemes in cities around the world. And at some point, we stopped counting it because it just became normalized. And that is a great thing to see. It is not an outlier now for a city to have a bike share scheme. It is what we expect of a good, livable city to have.
And you have worked on these issues for, although you are very, very young, but one can still say that you work on these issues for a very long time, right? So, if you want to share with the audience, what's the sort of core problem that really challenge you around this issue? What are you really thinking about? Not necessarily at night, but when you have sort of your strategy seminars and you get everybody in the room to figure out this is what we have to do in a different way.
It's fascinating. I love to be in this room with all people that think alike, yeah? But for one of us, there are 10,000 that say, absolutely not. How can you put bikes? We need cars. This doesn't make any sense. How are we gonna carve out this space? So enjoy this time here because, outside is really rough. So what worries me is precisely that we have, a big industry shouting at us, get a car, and in the developing world is get a motorbike, right?
That's what we heard from Bogota, yeah.
Yeah, and so that is very problematic because it just pushes the rest of the system in that direction. And in the developing world, it doesn't make any sense. We have a mode share, so how people move around the cities, that I call it a treasure, yeah? We still walk, use mass transportation and bike, regardless of the conditions. All what we need in the developing world is more investments that are probably sparked by people that have done this, by private sector that is really willing and interested to take a bet, and then we just need the cities and the countries to prioritize. Right now, it's not happening, and we see more and more investments coming for car dependency. So we are locking in cities in the developing world where people really don't have the resources to get a car, where there is a study, not even in the developing world, in the United States, where you see poor people getting into a terrible debt because they get a vehicle. And then they are car rich, but cash poor. And that can take them even to incarceration, right? And it's very well documented. So we are locking in all the investments that our countries have into car dependency when we can have, as Sky say, a lot more choices. So that's really the puzzle that, we need to solve together because of climate change, we are all together, right? If we have an amazing plan here in Denmark for reducing carbon emissions, but we have more motorcycles, more cars getting bought and more infrastructure in the developing world, we are, offsetting that progress. So I think that is what keeps me, thinking and reflecting and talking to other colleagues. How can we crack that nut?
So the nut that we have to crack is basically car dependency?
Yep.
Yeah.
And investments that are going into that direction.
Yeah. And how do we crack that one?
There's like a whole bowl of nuts we need to crack on this, I think, realistically. One, I think we need to have some hard conversations with the auto industry.
Yeah.
I think we need to almost think about it like smoking was, 10, 15 years ago, right? And think about some of the policies that we can put in place to stop subsidizing a mode of transportation that's not only, not efficient, but is actually kind of killing us all in many, many ways. And I think if we could get some of the kind of amazing marketers from, the car companies to come over to, urban marketing and cycling, I think would be a really interesting conversation. But of course, there's a number of other pieces towards this, right? We need these bold political leaders who are willing to change and update their policies and their guidelines in their city to not only transform streets overnight, like we can see it can happen in a matter of hours, but to kind of embed those regulations and codes so that, when the next mayor gets elected, or this kind of constant ping-ponging when we see political administration changes, that these values are kind of embedded in our policy long-term. But we also need to have some of the technical know-how, right? I mean, you guys are kind of experts here in Copenhagen, and we're speaking to a room full of experts here, but the reality is for many cities, they're doing this for the first time, even if they have the political will. How do we help provide them the right dimensions, the guidance? And that for us was a big part of the Global Street Design Guide that Jeanette mentioned earlier, so that we can show people what to do, point at this, and help them see what's possible in their context and see themselves and say, my street looks like this, but it could look like this if I wanted to do it differently. And here's the trade-off of what I need to, ask our engineers to draw their lines here versus here versus here.
But I guess the challenge is here that, some people actually need a car, right?
They do, and it's not
to get to work, it's sort of,
Sure, but I
school, so how do you strike that balance?
Exactly, and I think the reality is often people complain when we're taking space away from cars, saying you're taking away our choices. But the reality is the bulk of how most of our cities are built around the world are not offering authentic choices. The only choice to move around is the private automobile in many cases. And that, as Claudia mentioned, is putting people into debt. It's, they're having, it's huge burdens on them health-wise and financially. And when we actually kind of turn that on its head and rethink that real estate of the street, we are looking at giving people authentic choices. So for the people who need to drive, sure, there are still options to drive when needed. But for the shorter trips, the people don't need to drive, right? If we create safe streets that parents feel comfortable sending their children to walk and cycle to school, we could, whip a huge number of our trips off the streets almost overnight, right? Not that many parents want to sit in a car and sit in congestion, dropping kids off before and after school, and they don't need to if we rethink our streets.
Yeah, I guess then some of them would rather have the Bogota model. Which nut do you want to crack here?
So I agree with everything my colleagues here have said. But I think, so what we do at C40 is we work with cities around the world on, kind of the urgent action. They need to tackle the climate crisis, and cycling and kind of building cycling infrastructure is a crucial one. But a lot of people that we work with are like all of you in the room. They're kind of allies, they are champions. In their own cities, they are testing, they're piloting, they're trying to scale up, often with quite limited resources to build and deliver the infrastructure. So I actually think the biggest challenge that we face is, well, the pilot is great. We transformed a few streets, that's great. How do we take away the structural barriers from making this just scale up, right? So it's kind of the gap between the reality of where they are right now, and there's the ambition. So how do we help them close that gap? Because the reality is that still it's only 1 or 2% of national transport funding that goes into active mobility. It is still very, very hard to package up cycling infrastructure projects to multilateral development banks. And kind of, so I think cracking the nuts that enable us to scale up what we're doing on cycling infrastructure delivery, I think that's a crucial one.
And you just participated in a funding workshop, right? Or did you run the workshop? Or was it your break?
Jointly with the Netherlands.
Okay, jointly with Netherlands. Would have been better if it was Denmark, but okay, we're going to go with Netherlands.
We can do another one.
And it was in DC, December 2024. So what were the core conclusions? Because I presume, we have a funding issue here.
We do have a funding issue. We don't have lack of money. We just have a lack of priorities, right? So just to give you an idea of what is going on in the developing world. So as I said, the mode share is amazing. So you can see anything from 50 to 80% of people that use mass transportation, they walk and cycle in really bad conditions, not necessarily out of choice. We have losses of 2% of GDP because of fatalities, because people walk and cycle, because they are really vulnerable, and the few cars that are there kill them. Yeah? We have terrible problems with emissions, as we said. 60% of emissions in cities are due to transport. Air quality is terrible. Physical activity is reducing because parents are not allowing kids to go to the streets to walk or cycle. And we see investments going more and more into car-centric infrastructure. So when I said in the developing world there is no lack of money, I'm telling you, in the middle of the pandemic, the city of Nairobi invested $120 million supported by the African Development Bank to rebuild a ring road that was already in the middle of the city, in a very dense area. There are now 50 deaths every year. 80% of them are pedestrians. So it's a double whacker, right? You have the worst road in the whole country is now this ring road, and the investment that went to car-centric infrastructure when you have 80% of people that walk and use mass transportation in Nairobi. So what are we doing? Why can we not change this paradigm? So what we did in December is get together the walking and cycling community and the financial community. The walking and cycling community have these big hearts, like you all, right? They are very passionate, they want to get it done. The financial community has like the check and balances, right? Because we are not talking about grant money. We are not saying, hey, Netherlands or Denmark, go and build the whole network of cycle lanes in Addis Abeba or in Lima. What we are saying is, let's leverage together with all the knowledge that you have. Let's go and convince all these decision makers. Don't put $120 million anymore in a ring road. Do something better for everyone. So that is one big piece that we have been discussing with these two groups. In the financial group saying, yeah, this is going to be a loan, so how are we going to repay that loan, right? And it's been absolutely interesting. One of the takeaways has been to develop a white paper that translated in Danish is called Lego set. And the reason is because, and you know, when you go out of this door, and you have to talk to someone about investing in walking and cycling, you have to fight, as Janet well says. And what we want is to give all the narrative, all the reasons why this needs funding. So we have three main buckets there. One is climate, and this is a very important solution. I don't have to sell it to you. The second one, and the biggest one that we see in return for investment, is health, right? And the third one is economic development and equity. So we are developing this tool, and it can be used as a Lego set. So if we are talking to private financiers and they are very interested in economic development, we can tell them, hey, this creates jobs, this alleviates congestion, this helps kids grow smarter. If we are talking to decision makers and the decision makers are very challenged with air quality, we can tell them the story of London, and so on and so forth. So that's what we are trying to do right now, but it's very much aimed at getting these financial gears working and moving into the direction that we needed.
So very important, but also productive work, one would have to say. I mean, agreeing upon a white paper, the Lego set. What's C40's sort of take on all this?
So we 100% kind of agree with the need to unlock this kind of big money and this kind of big financing that is flowing into projects.
What about the World Bank and so forth?
Absolutely. So I agree absolutely with the advocacy towards the World Bank and the other multilateral development banks. That more of the funding has to flow to the right projects. So we are hugely kind of disbenefiting our cities with where the money is flowing right now. I will say, though, while we wait and we try to unlock this, cities are trying to find innovative financing and funding mechanisms in terms of trying to redirect kind of existing revenue streams. I don't know, cities that are in Fortaleza, for example, they're using revenue from parking to try and pay for cycling infrastructure. Or putting a percentage charge on ride hailing and directing that towards cycling infrastructure, bundling up the cycling infrastructure financing a city needs with their bus rapid transit project financing, right? So it's part of a very big project, and therefore you can maybe tap into international development bank funding. So cities are doing things. They're kind of trying to find workarounds. But I think what Claudia is talking about, which is that we need some of these gears to be unlocked, and we need this to be moving in the right direction. It's not yet, and that is what we're all kind of advocating for and working towards.
So which bank do you think then is the most promising one? That you
who shall we go after today?
Yeah, right. So I mentioned the World
all of
Bank
them.
more or less as a sort of a, not as a joke, but just like this. But is that realistic, or what is realistic to unlock some funds?
Yeah, look, I think that's part of the puzzle, right? So I know we've got representatives from the World Bank here and some of the converted ones from the bank in the audience who kind of get this and are trying to fight that from within. And we were thrilled, as Jeanette showed, when we had Ajay Banga endorse the GSTG, at least the highest level, in principle of what we're trying to achieve. And then we're working directly with multiple development banks at the moment to not only look at how do we build capacity and help unlock the potential of these projects for the city officials on the ground that are receiving the loans, but also for the bank staff so that they know what to ask for or invite in the proposals that are coming in. So I think the development banks are a huge piece of the puzzle to unlock, but I think as Gunjan was explaining as well, we can't put all our eggs in one basket, so to speak, right? Like cities, at moments of time when stars align, we see big national budgets helping support and invest, cycling in urban areas. But sometimes after elections, that disappears overnight, and cities have to be innovative around how do they partner with private sector, how do they use their standard operating budgets to achieve progress, just rather than repainting or repairing a street where the line goes here, shift it over here and rethink that space. It doesn't actually have to cost anymore. So I think financing is part of the challenge. We're seeing in India the use of green bonds to help, achieve investment. So it's, I think, inviting cities to be creative and kind of address all of these different options at the same time.
And I guess it could also be a challenge if a big country suddenly decides no longer to be a donor when you look upon development policy. Well, we don't know who that country is, but...
exactly.
Yeah,
Wouldn't have a clue.
Just before we close, there is this saying, nations talk, cities act. Do you buy that? I mean,
100%. And very much as an advocate for cities, I like how that is framed.
But why are then acting, unlike the nations?
Because they can be more agile. And if you have kind of the political commitment, the buy-in, cities can move quickly. And I think Jeanette's kind of examples and pictures from New York City showed us, some of the great work that is being done by the organizations, represented on the stage. You put in some bollards, you put in some paint, you have people who are convinced, you can try things out. And I think that way cities can be really agile and they can move fast. What is then harder is to scale up and to sustain that and to make sure that kind of moves across the city. So I think cities are doing an incredible amount. What is needed from my perspective is recognition that cycling infrastructure is not just a nice to have. It is part of the essential infrastructure for our cities. And I think we need that to be normalized and to be built into structures and processes even more.
But I guess in some countries the funding could come from the state.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's national.
You want to have more money, I can sense
but I
that.
think cities are where you live and breathe these changes. on a daily basis. That's when you see the kids on the cycle facility, not at your desk sitting in, it's important at national government, at regional government, to have that understanding and have the policies and have the investment. But, where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, where we see the impact of these investments in the daily lives and literally the faces of joy, right, that we talked about earlier, of kids cycling to school and families being together on the street. I mean, that's at cities. That's at the scale of the city street that we see and feel that. And so I think that's the added impetus for city officials and a lot of folks here, the advocates, to keep fighting this good fight.
Yeah, I guess it also depends upon the size of the country, right? I mean, sometimes, I presume still that you need money from the state. I mean, that's going to be important. It's also going to be important when for cities to develop sort of sometimes strategies. You need also have the support from the state. So isn't there a lot of lobbyism going on? There must be also for the funds between the cities and the states or the regions or whatever it is.
Absolutely, we need the nations, right, to really put the money to prioritize, to create incentives, because the cities are autonomous, and if they make a good choice, they should be awarded resources for their citizens. So this is not a small work. We need nations, we need cities, we need the multilateral development banks, hopefully, to earmark a percentage, maybe a small for now, 3-5%, that goes into this type of infrastructure. And the colleagues that work at the multilateral development banks, oftentimes we hear there is no demand. It's been very different with the World Bank, particularly in a project with Felipe Targa. He's been a game changer within the World Bank, because what he has said to a city like Lima that asked the World Bank, hey, we are congested, we need you to come and make the cars go faster. And what he responded is, sorry, we are no longer doing that business. We now need to move everybody in the city in an equally way. So he is working on putting more bike lanes, on creating traffic signals that respond to everyone. So it's a very different way, but it's like, very unique. We need to expand this thinking. And when we talk to nations, to explain to them, there are more options. It's not only the car. You can do it in.
I can see a lorry down here, but yeah.
Yeah, you can do it in a different way, right? And the private sector. Where is the private sector? If we know that these investments, the cost of return is 1 to 19, who wouldn't like to invest for that? And why are not private investors behind all of us, lining up and saying, I want to give you the money, right? It's because the structures are not yet there. So we really need to get everyone to do this work, this effort.
A lot of our silos exist.
Final remark, yeah?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, at national
we move to
level,
kids, yeah?
We're in these silos, right?
Yeah.
So we put our transport budget, separate from our health budget, separate to our environment budget.
Right.
But as we're talking about here, it's not about the bicycle, it's about the outcomes that the bicycle unlocks, right? And if we actually think strategically as nations, as cities, and we think maybe in a more complex, but then more comprehensive manner around what we're paying and what our return on investment and what we're saving down the track from the health of our citizens and healthcare costs and environmental costs down the track, then I think we'll also start to try and see some
good point.
better investment in the future and the future generations.
And obviously here in Europe, it is always interesting what the European Union does. So that's also a way how you can have incentives. To develop embark upon various projects. You can get finance, but you can also have a system where we actually then learn from each other and sort of give sort of clear directions that every country should have a bicycle strategy and so forth. So these are, at least in Europe, also important sort of incentives and important role that the European Union plays. Let's give our panel a big hand of applause. You can distribute them, I'm sure that's Okay, we move on now, as I indicated, to youth, children, and cycling. And here we're in for an exciting launch of UCI Ride and Learn, as we heard Tony talk about when he first spoke to us at the beginning of this conference. I think it's time to quote a Greek philosopher, Aristotle, for the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn them by doing them. I think that pretty much sums up everything about learning that we need to know. So that was my segue to the next topic, as I said, focus on youth, children, and learning. And to get us started with the launch of the program, UCI Ride and Learn program, please join me up here. Jacques Laundry, Director of UCI Awards Centre. Where are you, Jacques? Ah, okay. Well, you want to have sort of the red carpet approach. That's very good. Jean-Jérôme Perrin-Mortier, Chief Executive Officer, Peace and Sport. And Wilson Kipketer, Board Member of Peace and Sport, Champion for Peace. Last time I saw you, I was screaming at you, or rather I was screaming at my television. And that was when you won a silver medal in 2000 and a bronze medal in 2004 at the Olympics, obviously for Denmark. Woo! And winning a medal is one thing, but just imagine that you have the world record in your discipline for almost 13 years. That's pretty incredible. And I want to have a selfie with you before you leave. So don't leave. Okay. So, Jacques, UCI is doing lots of things already with regards to cycling and children. So give us some highlights with regards to that.
Well, basically, everything that we're doing right now, especially with the UCI, the World Cycling Centre, we are basically the development arm of the UCI. So, basically a few years ago, what we did is we adopted the 2030 agenda. In that agenda, we talk a lot about developing cycling globally, right? So, at the World Cycling Centre, what we normally do is working with national federations, focus on developing athletes, our athletes, and educating coaches and educating mechanics. So Thijs, we're good with mechanics. And then what we found was there's also a need, especially with national federations. There's more than 200 national federations under the UCI's remit. And what we found is of about 75% are emerging nations. And what we found is there's a need to educate kids, youths, and children in terms of how to ride a bike, how to ride it safely, for many reasons, not only for health reasons, but for safety reasons and for skill development and everything like that. So what we've done is basically partnered with Peace and Sport and came up with the Ride and Learn program, which is basically it's what it says. Riding and learning, and it's learning how to ride a bike, but it's also not necessarily focused on competitive, and I would say it's not even focused on competitive. It's not talent ID tool, it's basically a tool so that kids can learn how to ride their bikes safely and engage in the community, build their skill sets, build their social skill sets, and helps with their integration in the society as well. And we know in areas like Africa as well, the bike becomes a means of transportation, but also an economic driver in certain cities and certain regions of Africa. So if kids actually know how to ride their bikes properly, then it becomes, they'll grow up to be adults and actually ride their bikes properly, and potentially those bikes become a means of locomotion rather than the vehicles, as we talked about before. So I can go on about this for a long time, but rather than me rambling on, maybe we can watch the video.
Le lien entre l'UCI et Peace and Sport, il est quand même déjà de longue date, parce que l'Union cycliste internationale s'était déjà engagée pour la cause des femmes afghanes. je m'appelle Benjamin Boukpeti. Je suis retraité, on va dire en tout cas un ancien international togolais en canoë-kayak slalom. Et donc aujourd'hui, en particulier pour l'Afrique et aussi sur l'Afrique de l'Ouest, je contribue au développement du mouvement Peace and Sport qui se veut promouvoir, contribuer à développer une culture de paix en utilisant le sport.
My name is Carlos Oquendo. I'm a former BMX rider and Olympic medalist from Colombia. The Ride and Learn methodology is an structured approach and series of exercises developed by the UCI and Peace and Sport to teach children how to ride a bike. It covers essential skills such as balance, basic mechanic, and riding technique, while also introducing more advancing cycling activities.
Those kids, we engaged them in cycling. They start loving cycling, loving cycling, loving cycling. Now we are doing introduction. So this session is just to make communication easier among athletes. They are stopping and introducing themselves. So the purpose is to make communication easier.
Today we are in Caldas, Antioquia, and we are conducting a Ride and Learn season. This is an initiative that combines cycling with education, using the sport to teach important values as teamwork, resilience and discipline.
On prépare les coachs à pouvoir délivrer cette partie spécifique qu'est la paix par le sport. Donc eux, normalement, c'est déjà des coachs vélo, ils sont habitués à enseigner le vélo à des enfants. Donc là, on leur amène la couche spécifique de « Ok, comment je fais pour apprendre à un enfant certaines compétences de vie ? Comment je l'aide à prendre conscience de certaines valeurs qui sont essentielles pour construire une culture de paix durable ?»
The main purpose is to do awareness in the community how peace and sport are working together to promote peace.
Idéalement, d'avoir des enfants qui sont passés par l'éducation Peace and Sport, en tout cas de la paix par le sport, dès leur plus jeune âge et qui deviennent des grands champions. J'ai hâte de voir effectivement à quel point ils vont être inspirants.
And Peace and Sport has partnered with UCI. Why and what's your role?
Thank you very much. I think I don't know what I have to say because everything has been said by Jacques and Damové. Just a little bit of key figures. Just want to ask you a question. Do you know how many children is living in a conflict area in the world actually? Does anyone know? More than 100 million? 500 million. So 500 million kids is living in a conflict area or in a violent civil society. And so this is something that we do believe in peace and sport, that sport is an excellent tool to bring community, to bring them together, to learn them some soft skills. And when you look at all those kids, half are girls, and most of them are very impacted by conflict. Because after conflict, they lost their job for most of the time. They don't have access to school, and they stay home, and they don't practice sports. So this is why that's very important to consider this. That is the first thing. Second thing, why UCI, as you say, Jacques, long-term collaboration. And as well, another thing that you need to collaborate with organizations that really have a long-term vision. Performance is very good, and I mean, you do a very good job. But at the end of the day, if you don't transform society, you don't use a sport as a social power, that doesn't work. And this is exactly what you do, and this is why we worked with you. With Jacques, with David, with Amina, and with all the people who's working on the different commission, as Mr. Mitchell, etc.
And Wilson, how did you get involved?
It's a long story.
That's fine. We'll stay for a week. Let's hear it.
So when I say a long story, so I want people to smile first, because if you smile, you are changing the world. They are doing it. Nice. So I get involved because athletes, they are really in a good position for communicating to the young generation.
We saw that also in the video clip.
Yeah. So, and this, the most important thing, I was a champion of the village before I became the champion of the world, and I became a champion for Denmark. So starting from the village where I come from, so I think I saw the Olympic, or maybe someone called Kipchoge Keino. He was running in Olympic 1968. And this was something I say, I want to be a champion one day. So this, the champions can inspire someone, even if they don't know them, just far away. So the athletes, they are really in a unique position to inspire the next generation. So in cycling, so I think they cannot cycle alone, because if they know about Bjarne Riis, maybe Jan Ulrik and all this, so this could be also something.
Or Mads Petersen.
Of course, of course.
Who will win the Copenhagen sprint, yeah?
So that's the other thing. And then what I got involved, so I was living in Monaco for a long time. So when the Peace and Sport asked me if I could be a champion for peace, so I was thinking, wow, this is an opportunity to be part of something which is really important to me. I can send a message to inspire someone which I don't know where they come from. Maybe they can be from, Israel, they can be from Palestine, they can be from Syria, and wherever. So that was the point. I say, I will join this because it's for the good cause. And the other thing, so looking at the importance of champions, so we have now almost over 100 champions, or Champions Club for Peace anyway. So these the champions we have. So I think I can mention some of them, like now, Sia Kaliso from South Africa. He was a captain for the team of rugby. They won a World Cup in 2023. We have someone called Karampu. So he was also a football player. They won a World Cup in 1998 in France, and he's with us. And to mention a few women, so we have Paula Radcliffe from Great Britain. She was also I would say world champion, world record holder, former world record holder. Tekla Lerupe, she had also a big event in Kenya, Kapenguria, trying to build peace for the Kapenguria people, because there's war every time. People, they are raiding the place, so they make a spot there. So Tekla Lerupe, she was the first woman to run under 220 in marathon.
Wow. Don't go away, I need my stuff.
I'm not forgetting one athlete also from cyclist from Afghanistan. So he was a chief dimension for refugee athletes in Paris last year. So this, what is the champion doing to keep it back to the communities? So we are champion for the village, champion for the street, champion of the world, and then champion in the heart, and then of course the smile.
Woo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to we move from peace to, which is obviously also important, the youth, which is obviously also peace. So I think that is a great bridge. So thank you very much. And I'm not sure whether you will get a jersey. You will not. Okay. So please. Sorry for rushing you there at the end, but I can see that we have youth representatives now sort of joining us, and we also have lunch just around the corner. So I just want to give you some background. It's always better to let the youth speak than to speak about them or for them. But the background that I'll give you is that on World Bicycle Day on the 3rd of June, 2 youth groups met in Copenhagen for the Youth Cycling Summit to form a common front for better everyday cycling and to contribute to child and youth-friendly city planning. The 30 young people who met were from the Copenhagen Youth Council and the Copenhagen Climate Ambassadors, each of whom are committed to green mobility and to strengthen the voice of young people in the city. And in a moment, I'll have representatives coming up here, and then we have all the other participants standing down there, so let's just give them a big hand of applause. And then I'll invite on stage Anneli Lindqvist and Hector Wilikowski from the Copenhagen Youth Council, and Vera Sofie Lind Kyrstein and Hugo Lund Basbøl Svendsen from the Copenhagen Climate Ambassadors.
Dear ministers, mayors, politicians, directors, cycling activists, and organizers, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on this stage today. And thank you for listening to us. Here in Denmark, cycling is very normalized. We ourselves learned to ride a bike when we were only 3 to 4 years old. In some of the other cities in the world where we have traveled, we did not see cycles like we have here in Copenhagen. But we have learned that the better a starting point for cycling you are used to, the less you think about how lucky you are. Here in Copenhagen, we can take it for granted that we have a good cycling city.
However, even in Copenhagen, one of the top cycling cities in the world, children and youth of today are not cycling enough. According to the Danish Cycling Association, the number of cycling trips among young people in upper secondary school, regardless of age, has decreased by 40% since 2010. If you wish a world with better cycling for children and youth, it is in your hands now.
First and foremost, we call for action to give children and youth the freedom of mobility in their city. This is because, for children and youth, we believe it is necessary to have some independence from adults. This can be accomplished by allowing youth to move freely in their city, where they can socialize, learn, and explore. Not only this, but having the freedom to move sustainably around in your city is a prerequisite to the feeling of safety, both for the young cyclists and also for the mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers who rely on their family getting home safely every day. If your wish for this forum is that more children and young people choose cycling, then you must prioritize far more concrete cycling solutions, so that cyclists are for once at equity with cars. Therefore, we are calling for everyone having access to bike and safe cycling paths, as everyone should have the opportunity to be sustainably mobile, particularly those of us too young to drive. We also call for a fair distribution of space between cycling paths and cycling paths and car roads, which reflects not the current status quo favoring the cars, but rather the long-term need for sustainable mobility in the cities of our future.
And to ensure the freedom of mobility for children and youth, we call for action to ensure safety and security for children and youth on cycles. We do not wish that the number of cyclists decrease even more. It must be safe for children and youth to cycle everywhere in one's city. And to ensure the safe travel of everyone, we call for space for cycles must be prioritized with wide bike lanes in all roads and everyone must be educated to travel safely and legally on their bikes in traffic.
Woo!
It is also essential for our freedom of mobility that world leaders take responsibility and ensure a free, green future in mobility. It is imperative for children and youth to see action from world leaders on the climate crisis to maintain hope for a sustainable future, both for current and future generations. Therefore, we call for a global collaboration towards a green transition, increase green mobility by, among other things, improving the conditions for cycling and transportation with minimal CO2 emissions. Throughout our lives, we have heard politicians talk about the climate. There is a constant talk about what we ourselves should do. But that is not what will save our planet. The social norms you set up are also the norms you yourself must follow. It is time that we see action from you, decision makers, to change the social norms for more green mobility. The world should see it as a clear opportunity to give children and young people better opportunities to cycle. But we don't have the power. We don't have the right to vote. That is why it's important that you listen to us today. You have the power. Use it responsibly.
Finally, we also call for action to include young people in decision-making regarding their city. Children and youth do not have the right to vote, but are still greatly influenced by decisions made about their city's development and priorities, especially regarding the city's mobility options. Young people need exactly the same as everyone else, the right to be able to move freely. The difference is that where politicians see voices in adults, they seem to see nothing in the opinions of young people. But with cycling, it can be different. Young and old cycle on the same asphalt. If young people are happy, adults are too. We want you to always consult the young people when you make a decision, and always include us young people when hosting an event. We want you to go home and try to create a youth council like the one we have here in Copenhagen, or another space where young people can meet, talk about politics, and get their voices heard. Young people want to contribute to the development of society. We're an untapped resource, but we must be listened to. For if we're not, you'll lose our input, the voice of the future.
In closing, dear ministers, politicians, directors, bike activists, and organizers, we would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for lending us your ears and providing us with this opportunity to contribute to the 2025 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. It has been incredibly meaningful for us. Yet, for our words to become meaningful to youth globally, we rely on you, the decision makers of the biking world, to take our calls to action home with you, to discuss them with the youth of your cities, and to take concrete action today for the benefit of us all tomorrow. Woo! Thank you.
And now we'd like to invite Jakob Nessager, our Children and Youth Mayor of Copenhagen, up to the stage.
Velkommen. Skal jeg rydde op her?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to stand here today and share my insights. First and foremost, I would like to say a special thank you to the Copenhagen Youth Council and Copenhagen Climate Ambassadors for having the courage to stand up here in front of us all and express your opinions. If I had to pick one thing that makes me proud as mayor of children and youth in Copenhagen, it is to see the engagements and enrollments among the young people in our city. Today, you remind us all of having how important safe mobility and enrollment is. With your call of actions posters, you demonstrate not only determination, but also unity, with which I can only admire. With the poster, you express a clear desire to be involved in the decision-making, which is also why I'm very proud of the fact that we in Copenhagen have a youth council, that we can consult and involve. And I hope that every municipality in Denmark use the opportunity to do the same. It is not a secret that when you stroll around Copenhagen, you will notice a lot of people riding bikes, a lot of them being young people that socialize, getting from A to B, enjoying life. Unfortunately, some of them also get hurt from time to time. I believe that it is my duty as a mayor to prevent this from happening as much as I can. This is why I need your help so that we together can establish the best foundation for a bike-friendly and safe city. We also see it is our job to help educate, which is why we want to launch initiatives that make young people more aware of risk and better at cycling. We want to work better across departments to make sure traffic education is mandatory, so all children can explore the city safely. With these initiatives, we want to ensure the well-being of young Copenhageners. Finally, I would once again like to thank you for the call of action poster. It is important that Copenhagen remains the cycling capital of the world in the future, but we can only achieve this goal by educating our school children even more in traffic safety. Thank you for the attention.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, I think you should all run for office. I'm sure you'll be able to make it very fine to both Danish and international politics. And so will you, obviously. I mean, thanks a lot. And it is now time for lunch, a delicious vegetarian one, that is. And where is it served? At the Duck Cafe, where you can also go out on the roof terrace. You may have to fight with others for the seats. You can also see all the bikes below you, so that's also nice. Where is the cafe? It's very easy to find that way, but people will be guiding you. And please be back at 1:15 where we start again. So 1:15 is the next session. Welcome back. We are just about to start. Back from lunch. You are in Denmark, Scandinavia, so we stick to the time schedule. I will not name those countries that are not, where they are not sticking to the time schedule. Please join us. Otherwise, you'll miss the sort of important practical information about the workshops. New Zealand, of course, New Zealand is there, yeah. Is Brisbane here? Oh, woo, Brisbane, yeah, that's it. Okay. I understand that those who are slightly late, it's not their fault, but it is the number of people who still want to have the biological break before we start. So we'll just give them 2 minutes, but then it's time to go. Det er ikke min tålmodighed. Has anything happened in the world? Now that you have actually been allowed to check your email / the internet? No, nothing has happened? So there's nothing going on in Iran or no? Washington, D.C.? No. Okay, I think we will start now. Nobody is protesting. Good. So I just need to see whether Henrik is here. Otherwise, yes, he's there. I mean, it's a bit difficult to give sort of practical information if the person who's supposed to give them is not in the room. Okay, but now, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. I'm sure that most of us remember that this is a quote by Albert Einstein. And by the way, it is 110 years ago today that he published his theory of relativity. But let's forget about that. Let's move right into what is important. How do we evaluate, how we rethink our policies with regards to cycling? There are lots of different aspects to it, as we've heard. So we'll have a number of workshops, and in order to explain what they are all about and where they are, we have one of the masterminds behind this conference, Henrik Lundorf Christensen, City of Copenhagen, who now join me on stage to give us all that relevant information. Woo!
Thank you, Lykke. And I think I'm going to take a page out of Janette's book and ask you all to give a massive round of applause to all the crew we have helping making this thing run. I think some of them are busy unclogging the toilets or something, but no, let's move on. So what we've tried to do with this forum, this combined event between UCI and the City of Copenhagen, is to say, let's strike a positive note about everything we've achieved. Cycling has managed to break through to some mainstream debates, and that's really good. But then what's the next step? And we decided that after doing a morning full of inspirational talks, where you could hear about all the challenges, but also the opportunities to grow cycling, then we want to make you work. And it's a good thing right after lunch, because then you have to get your brains working. I can guarantee there's going to be coffee and tea out in the sessions, so don't worry about that. But this is a moment where we're going to do some deep dives and look into, so how do we measure progress, and how can we, what now? Like, how can we do some policies of action? So we're going to zoom in on 5 different cases We're going to have spaces for conversations, so there's going to be some expert pitches, there's going to be some expert hosts of these different sessions, but it's also going to be you adding with your insights to the sessions. We're going to look for the missing pieces of the puzzle for these different cases. We're going to try to identify like what is the target we need to meet, and then of course what does progress look like. And to do this, we've set up these 5. We're calling it breakout session, we've called it mini summits, we've called it workshops, you can call whatever you want. The idea is just what I just described, getting people in the same room and fixing things. The first topic is basically what we're doing today. We're taking a session around using elite sports and saying how can we leverage that into lifting everyday cycling. The second session takes as a foundation what we all know, health and cycling, they go hand in hand, but how can we institutionalize that better? Like how can we give cycling a voice in the healthcare system and not only in transport and mobility policies? The third session is going to be around the 2 best friends we know, cyclists and trains, and again look at how can we do something institutional to make that connection even better. The fourth session, it's going to build on one of the panels we had in the morning. So it's going to look at global funding for capacity building and mobility, and work with especially the white paper that Claudia mentioned. And then the last session, it's going to take all the scrap bikes we have in Copenhagen. We have more bikes than people, and some of those bikes are left behind. So how can we use those for social inclusion? And to divide you into these breakout sessions, we've taken the liberty to distribute you all. We have looked at your profiles and we have thought you can each add to something special in these different sessions. And also we've tried to take into account the logistics of this really funny house because we have to distribute you evenly. And to distribute you, we've been using the beautiful colors of the nicest jersey in the cycling world, the World Championship jersey, which is also in the UCI logo. So on the back of your lanyard, you should all have a colorful sticker. I have all the stickers because I'm in charge, but you should have one sticker, and that represents what session you're going to. And if you don't have a sticker, come see me afterwards, we'll figure that out outside. But what's going to happen now is that most of you are going to leave this space, some are going to stay. These are the colors for the sessions. So we have a blue session for sports, a red session for health, the black session is combination travel, the yellow is finance and capacity building, and the green is about social inclusion. And of course, most of you come from far away, you don't know where these places are. So we're going to have the help from our crew. So if you turn around, you're going to see them all holding up colorful papers. I'm missing the blue paper. There we go. Good. So they're going to help guide you to where you're going right now. It's easy with the blue people because you're going to stay here in the main stage. So if you have a blue sticker, you're just staying here. If you have one of the following colors, I'm going to ask you to leave. So we're going to do that in 4 steps. You're going out first one color, then the next, and the next. And then you're going to follow with the guides to the breakout room, and then you'll get your information. Just a last comment on your roles in this session. Feel free to support and give whatever information or contribution you feel like. Some will have formal roles in these breakouts. Some of you, maybe your role is more to listen. I guarantee you, you're not going to be bored, and I hope you agree with how we've distributed you. So we're going to start with the green group, social inclusion. They're going to the arena room. So if you have a green sticker, you follow with the people down there with the green piece of paper. Perfect. And now, if you have a yellow sticker, okay. Producer Toki said slow down. We're slowing down. Okay, now start preparing if you have a yellow sticker. If you have a yellow sticker, look for the people with a yellow piece of paper and follow them to the next session. Great. Now, if you have a black sticker, you're going with the colleagues with a black piece of paper. Great. And there's a little bit of congestion on the way out there, but we're going to sort it out. And so for the next hour and a bit, you're going to be out in the breakout rooms. And finally, with people with a red sticker, please follow the colleagues with the red piece of paper to the city room. That's all the information from me. Now I'll leave it for Lykke and the blue session.
Yes, and don't be shy. Please move up here, closer to me. Okay, let's get going. Now it's award time. And I'm sure that lots of you have been looking forward to that part of today's event. The first award we are talking about here is the UCI Bike City labels. And to introduce that award and reveal the winners, I'll now invite Tony Mitchells back on the podium.
Thank you very much. It is good to be back after such a wonderful lunch, I must say. Hopefully you all enjoyed the vegetarian treats. It was very, very special. We have now the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to present the UCI Bike City Region Awards. So these label awards are very, very prestigious, and as I said earlier, we now have 30. So I look very much forward to being able to announce these two winners to you. So ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, the UCI launched the UCI Bike City label in 2016. It goes to cities and regions that have developed outstanding strategies combining commitment to cycling by hosting UCI events and investment in cycling for all. So far, as mentioned, 30 cities and regions have received the UCI Bike City or Region label, demonstrating the growing long-term impact and legacy of cycling events around the world. I am now delighted to announce the two newest cities and regions that were awarded the UCI Bike City and Bike Region label in 2025. First, again, we are delighted to award the UCI Bike City label to the city of Brisbane, Australia. We'll play a video. Hold that. Wonderful. And I'll just say a couple more words as well. It's a shame Jeanette Sadiq Khan wasn't here to see the video. I can also tell you that I and the president of the UCI, David Lepatien, have visited Brisbane many times and also ridden around the bikeways that they have there. And it is indeed world-class as they continuously improve the city and get ready to host the Olympic Games, no doubt. So Brisbane continues to host numerous UCI events, including the 2026 UCI BMX Racing World Championships and the 2030 UCI Track World Championships. Brisbane's commitment to cycling and active transport is reflected in several strategic plans, including the Brisbane Vision 2030, the Transport Plan for Brisbane, and the Brisbane Active Transport Strategy 2012 to 2026, with the city hosting the 2032 Olympic and Paralympics. Their transport legacy aims for 90% of attendees to arrive by public transport and active transport. Brisbane has more than 5,000 kilometres of bikeways and pathways connecting schools, local families, communities, parks, and public transport hubs. Congratulations, Brisbane. So we have a photo opportunity.
Thanks so much, Tony. It's an absolute delight to be here in Copenhagen with my colleague Julia. On behalf of the Brisbane City Council, a big thank you to the UCI for this incredible recognition of Brisbane as a bike city. Brisbane Economic Development Agency and Brisbane City Council are committed to supporting cycling events and cycling infrastructure that inspires, grows participation, turns curiosity into commuters, and cycling into lifelong habits. Just in the last 6 months, Council has opened key infrastructure for cycling, including a new green bridge in our inner city, which in its first month took 55,000 bike and scooter trips. We also opened a new criterion and 2 urban pump tracks, so we're committed to making cycling accessible to all ages and abilities. Now, Australia is vast. We're the 6th biggest country by landmass in the world, behind Russia, Canada, China, US and Brazil. And we've only got the 54th largest population at 27 million. So we are spread out, and that has created a bit of a culture of car dependency. But now that we're part of the UCI family, we're really excited about learning from UCI and our fellow cycling cities on how we can continue on our journey to improving the take-up in cycling. The last thing I'd like to do is thank the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Adrian Schrinner, as well as Oz Cycling, our national cycling organisation. Without their vision, this award wouldn't be possible. So thank you, and we're looking forward to continuing our journey with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for those words. And look, I encourage you all to go. And it's a long way to travel, of course, but we do make it on a regular basis, and it'll be well worth the effort if you head down there. And then you can pop across to New Zealand. It's only another 3.5 hours flight. Not too far. Okay, thank you very much. Next, the UCI is delighted to award the UCI Bike Region label to the province of Zeeland, the Netherlands. We'll play a video. A few words about Zeeland. Zeeland will welcome the 2026 UCI Cyclocross World Championships in Hulst. And for those of you that haven't been to a cyclocross event, please take the opportunity to head across. If most of you are Europeans in the room, I'm sure you have already been, but it is truly a magnificent event. The province cycling strategy aims to increase cycling use while maintaining and improving safety. Defined in 2022, it includes expanding infrastructure, enhancing bike parking, promoting cycling for commuting and tourism, and improving safety through education programs. The province of Zeeland has 13,820 kilometres of segregated bike lanes and aims to increase cycling by 20% by 2030 and 40% by 2040, making it the default choice for trips up to 20 kilometres. Congratulations, Zeeland. Which side would you like? Yeah, good, wonderful. like to say some words. You would like to hold this. I will hold this. Yes. Okay. It's not too heavy. No.
My English is not so good as the lady before me, but I'm going to do my best. Mr. Mitchell, UCI representatives, people from the organization here in Copenhagen, dear all. The province of Zeeland, a UCI bike region. How amazing is that? Our province is in the southwest of the Netherlands. It is a cycling region par excellence. In this beautiful province, I am lucky to be an alderman of the municipality of the city of Hulst. But actually, it was the intention that my colleague, Mr. Jean-Paul Hageman, also alderman, would have been here. He is the driving force behind the vesting cross and the World Championship in our municipality. But unfortunately, he is ill. Hulst is located in the southeast of Zeeland, on the border with Belgium. Hulst is synonymous for cycling. And it only intensified when our fortified town became the home of an annual vesting cross. Especially since 2021, when the cross became an original and official World Cup race. The vesting cross encouraged a lot of people to take up swords too, to start cycling. Our fortified town of Hulst is in the heart of our municipality. To the south, the border of Belgium, it is a woodland area. And in the north, we have sprawling polders with skelderdijks, not less than 31 kilometers long. It is all of that the icing on the cake. And all this certainly makes our municipality a true utopia, and especially for recreational cyclists. When it comes to both the vesting cross and the surroundings, and the facilities for recreational cyclists, the province of Zeeland is a perfect partner for our municipality. The province also pours plenty of investment into sustainable cycling infrastructure. They encourage cycling in our region in a multitude of ways. And from the very start, they wholeheartedly embraced events like the vesting cross. They were, and continue to be, a very important pillar for us. Proud, and I may say, I put it mildly now. We are very, very proud in Hulst and throughout of Zeeland. Proud that we have been awarded this UCI Bike Region label. It is a wonderful acknowledgement. As well as being proud, it encourages us, the province as well as our municipality, to be even more committed and supportive of cycling in the broadest sense of the word. On behalf of the provincial government, and especially Deputy Johannes de Bat in particular, and also on behalf of the Hulster Municipal Council and my colleague Alderman Jean-Paul Hageman in particular, many, many thanks to the organization and UCI for this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful label. In the coming years, we will continue our work in Zeeland to make our province a really cycling Valhalla. The Cyclocross World Championship in Hulst at the end of January 2026 is a very important factor in this. The runs-up forms for the framework at a very diverse program of connected activities, all aimed and encouraging cycling in the province of Zeeland and our municipality in particular. It only remains for me to welcome you in advance in Hulst for the 2026 Cyclocross World Championships. Together with the UCI, we will make this a unique sports festival. A sports festival that connects people. Something that is very valuable in today's world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to these two Bike City label recipients. I will now hand back to our MC.
Thank you very much. And I guess we should also say woo to our wonderful Tony Mitchell. Woo! And he will be back based on popular demand. So we just heard about major sports events that are planned. And this will actually be the topic, for this next session. How can we use cycling events in such a way that there is actually sort of a permanent value, you could even say a legacy after the event has been held, so it doesn't stop once the final participant crosses the finishing line. And that's also what we're hoping for Copenhagen Sprint, that you will be able to see afterwards, the citizens, that Copenhagen Sprint had an effort, had an impact upon the city as such. And to illustrate all this, how it can be done, it gives me great pleasure to invite Caroline Gian to the floor, and you are the British Cycling's Brand and Engagement Director. So, what are your best examples and legacies and impact implementation of British race organizers? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, let's keep that afternoon energy going. I love it. No excuses. We've had lunch now, so we should be energized. My goodness, this morning has been absolutely amazing. I'm thinking, how on earth am I going to follow all of these really amazing acts? So thank you to the UCI and others for running such an engaging forum once again this year, and obviously to Copenhagen City Council for partnering with them. I'm Caroline. I'm the Brand and Engagement Director for British Cycling, and British Cycling is the national federation for cycling in Britain. So we look after the Great Britain cycling team, the Olympic and Paralympic team. We also run major events like the Lloyd's Tour of Britain, and we also deliver grassroots programs, so getting kids on bikes, getting disabled people on bikes, getting lots and lots of people on bikes, in short, all across the country. What I thought I would do this afternoon is just share top 3 learnings from our recent major events experience, and this is by no means an exhaustive list because we've learned a heck of a lot. But hopefully some examples that will resonate with you, some of your experiences and upcoming plans as well. But first, some context. Ooh. Oh, I'm going backwards. Green button doesn't seem to... Ah, that one. Thank you. Get the tech working first. First lesson, learn the tech. So first, some context. Last year, we launched our new vision for major events that would sit alongside our domestic and national championships and strive to deliver unmissable entertainment, reach new diverse audiences, grow the sport, and critically achieve meaningful social impact. And I'll come back to what we mean by social impact shortly. So we see major events as an opportunity to anchor and amplify our impact, delivering, as you can see here, the Lloyd's Tour of Britain women and men, because as well as a brilliant race, visible worldwide, it's also right at the heart of communities, bringing people together. And developing new event concepts, like the Urban Series, which is highlighted here, because younger and more diverse audiences are so critical to everything that we want to achieve, from the sustainability and growth of the sport to reaching those from disadvantaged backgrounds whose lives we want to transform. So out of the events shown here, the Lloyd's Tour of Britain men and women is live, so we've run this for 2 years now under British Cycling, and the other event concepts are in the pipeline with the Urban Series, the next one in development. So this is really fresh, quite new for us. So now on to those key learnings. Audience comes first. So learning number 1, before anything else, define your audience. This has been a big, big learning for us. Is it your core diehard fans? And this is my husband, enjoying the Dauphiné last weekend. He lives in Lycra, borderline embarrassing actually. But I would call him our core kind of road racing fan. So yes, he's a fan, he's our audience. But is it also this little guy and his mum and dad? Because it's understanding our audience that helps us shape the event itself and pushes us to reimagine what a cycling event and what its legacy could be. I love this picture. This is from just a couple of weeks ago at the Lloyd's Tour of Britain Women in Glasgow. Having families in mind as our target audience, we ran a festival alongside the final stage with face painting, as you can see, music, entertainment, great food, and the ability for all ages and abilities to ride on closed roads. It was such good fun, and actually sounds quite similar to what we will experience tomorrow as well at the Copenhagen Sprint, so I'm really looking forward to learning from that. And we're talking this afternoon about legacy. This little guy could be a future cycling champion or a mega fan, an advocate for sustainable travel, a politician who will champion the importance of places to ride, and there's nothing like a major event to inspire all of that. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that we were developing a new urban series concept, and so this is too early in development for me to be able to share anything at this stage, but you'll have to use your imaginations, because this is another good example of where we're thinking audience first. Now, are you familiar with the TV shows Gladiators? I can see some nods, and also Crystal Maze, very popular in the UK. So bring those two concepts, those two TV shows together in your mind, fuse them together, and now fuse them with BMX freestyle. Yep, that's what we're developing at the moment, because we're thinking audience first. How are we going to engage that younger, more diverse audience such that, yes, we're running a competition, we're running a race, but actually we're doing something that really reaches that mass market. And then second biggest learning, impact reigns. It's the impact that matters. We could do lots of stuff, but if that stuff doesn't make a difference, we wasted our time. So to help us focus our efforts in the strategy that we launched earlier this year, we outlined 4 social impact outcomes, and these are tackling inactivity, so getting people active, leading to healthier, happier lives. Social cohesion, so bringing people together, uniting communities, supporting each other. Social mobility, so giving people the opportunity to thrive, to actually climb the ladder. And then social justice, eradicating stubborn inequalities, as we've highlighted here. So this is just one extract from our new strategy, which you can download from our website. And to bring this to life, I wanted to share another great moment from the Tour of Britain, this time from Tour of Britain Men last year. This is a community of people with disabilities presenting their cycling-themed artwork to the teams ahead of the race. They also had the opportunity to perform, be active, connect with others during the stage, and it became for them such a transformational moment and experience that has helped them live their best lives. And of course, this work doesn't begin and end just at this particular stage of the Tour of Britain Men. It's all year round, but major events achieve visibility and reach that enables exactly this kind of impact to reign. We're in such a privileged position as a sport, and as a sport of so many disciplines and formats, because we can really show up in a really big way in the heart of communities. And very few industries and sports can boast that. And then the final learning for us, partnerships equals power. Partnerships are essential, and I go as far as to say that going it alone is futile. And yes, that means those partners we need to run the actual race and competition, and there are a lot, as many of you know. But also more than that, the partners we need to achieve that real, long-lasting and sustainable change. And the previous example is a good one. So there is absolutely no way we could have achieved this impact on our own. We partnered with the UK's largest social care charity called Community Integrated Care to make this happen. And critically, to make this happen not just at the major events, but all year round, to make sure that that legacy continues. We're not the ones who are going to be doing that. We're empowering and supporting others to do that as well. Ooh. This was my illustration of we can't do it alone. And then we have a big opportunity coming up in the UK with hosting the Tour de France and the Tour de France Femmes Grand Départs in 2027. And this is where we're also keen to learn from our friends in Copenhagen. So if we want to get more people on bikes, reduce pressures on our health service and transform more lives, government's role in contributing to this change and making it happen is non-negotiable. And we've made that really clear to UK government and will continue to up until 2027 and beyond. And so, recap before I hand over for the rest of the session. Audience comes first, impact reigns, partnerships equals power. Thank you.
And I asked, sorry, you cannot go. Just want to ask you one question. I asked the question earlier to some of the other sort of people in the panel. What's been the most difficult sort of part of your job?
The most difficult part of my job. Can everyone hear me? The most difficult part of my job. I know that this was cited earlier with regards to making change in cities and within local areas, but it's the culture and the mindset. It's not something that can change overnight. And I think for us as a sports body, we've very traditionally run cycling events, just as we've run cycling events 10 years ago, 20 years ago. There hasn't been that change. And so actually coming at this from a audience-first mindset is actually quite new for many people. And so we need to learn from the entertainment industries, from the creative industries, from Glastonbury Festival, and maybe even put a bike race there, who knows? But just thinking in that way, I think that's a big shift for us as British Cycling, as a national federation, but I think also for others who are working in and across sports as well.
Perfect. That was the bridge that I wanted for the next session. Thank you very much. Yeah, now you're allowed to leave. Yeah. So I quoted Einstein earlier, and there's also another of his sort of sayings that we can use here for inspiration. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is never to stop questioning. And I think that's actually pretty good. So we shouldn't stop questioning. We shouldn't think that we have all the answers. So what can we learn from cities that have tried to connect world-class cycling events with, for instance, everyday mobility goals? And now what you're about to witness is a master class in how big events can be used as a battering ram to engage broader social groups, support long-term cycling policies, and foster collaboration across sectors. So now we have our teachers, masterclass, Milan van Wersch, manager of Limburg Cycling, and Juliet Alabaster, Chief Operating Officer from Brisbane Economic Development Agency. So please join me up here. Minutes sort of to convince us all why I could call you a masterclass.
No, thank you. Thank you. My name is Milan van Wersch. I'm from the bike region Limburg-Valkenburg, a region between Belgium and Germany. And Limburg is the province in the most of the south. Zeeland, bike region, is on the left. And we have Valkenburg as cycling city #1. And in 2018, we were awarded the 2016, we were awarded the bike region label, first region in the world. And because probably we had many events in all of those years. For example, the Amstel Gold Race Classics since 1966. We've got major road world championships several times. We've got the 2018 Cyclocross World Championship. And this year we're going to be hosting the Gravel World Championship in 2025. But also several Tour de France stages in the last almost decade, I would say. And last year we had Tour de France Femme, which you can see on the picture behind me. It's at the start of the iconic Kouwberg, the climb for the first time. But all these events have impact, but it's limited if you stop over there. So that's why we've founded Limburg Cycling in the year 2016. The year we founded also granted the UCI Bike Region label. Limburg Cycling is a foundation that connects all the activities that we have in our region. Talent development, recreational activities, big events, children projects, branding, promotion, everything comes together in this foundation. And we have many goals, and one of the things we use to reach these goals is work with pros. Pro riders are cool, former pro riders are cool, they connect generations, and that is what we use them for. And they use us to get cycling further. It's quite a list. First of all, our biggest ambassador, former Giro d'Italia winner Tom Dumoulin. Always there when we have some events with children. The picture above us last Sunday, we had 450 children coming to an event on his own Tom Dumoulin bike park, and he, well, of course, handed out the cups to the little winners of this evening. But he's also promoting our jersey, the jersey of Limburg Cycling that we sell, and the revenues go to children's races in our province. We've got Sabrina Stultjens, former cyclocross world champion, a European champion, who gives ladies-only clinics to women. We've got, next, it's hanging in there, 2 other former pro cyclists from Team Visma Leasebike, Bram Tankink and Jos van Emden. These 2 guys help me to go to sponsors and keep grassroots cycling races on the calendar, because these races do have difficulties instead of the big races. So they go to me for sponsors and they help me to sell the jersey. On the left side, we've got Bart Brandjes, former world and Olympic champion mountain bike, giving mountain bike clinics to children. On the right side, we've got Mark Lotz, former pro rider for Rabobank, 8 Grand Tours going to schools, giving clinics in neighborhoods, clinics on schools with the BMX or the mountain bike. We've got these 2 guys, also former pro riders for Picnic Pozanel and Visma Leasebike. They help me to get a safe cycling track in our province for everybody who can ride a bike safely. And last but not least, we have got 3 former pro riders, current riders, Mike Teunissen, Wout Poels and Tijmen Graat. They help us get a new event for children on the road. And they are active ambassadors, not only on the program, but also promoting this event. And how do we get all these guys to help us? Well, first of all, we focus on youth first. Every cyclist loves seeing a kid riding their bike. Second of all, we don't ask them for commercial activities. Instead, it's only for the jersey that has a good cause. We come well prepared. That time is valuable, so we make sure everything is good prepared and they only have to be there for a small time. And last but not least, we just ask them. People are afraid to ask them, but pro riders are willing to help you. Just don't over-ask them. And it's not a Limburg thing, it's an international thing. Last year, we founded the youth platform Kids van de Koers, which means Kids of the Cycling Race. These 2 guys in the picture behind me are 2 brothers from 10 and 11 years old, and they are trying to get their generation like cycling and know everything about cycling. So we do challenges, and we go and interview all the pro riders there are in the world. As you can see, everybody is willing to work. They hit millions of views already. And we can say that every top rider has already helped them. Their thank you. Their slogan is "Ga gewoon wielrennen on de jus." This means, more or less, means just go ride your bike for heaven's sake. That's the slogan they use every time, and they make sure that every rider is putting that out. And if even all the cyclists in the world are fond of that, and if even the best rider in the world would say it, who are we to argue with it?
I need you to say this in the camera.
No way. Ga gewoon wielrennen non de.
Thank you.
That'll be it. Please don't hesitate me today, tomorrow, or online if you have any questions about these projects. Thank you.
Excellent. Brisbane. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellent. Thanks again for having me, and thank you for your enthusiasm on Brisbane. I'm loving that. Yeah. Well-designed, inclusive cycling events can turn spectators into riders and one-day experiences into lifelong habits. Today, I want to share with you how the Brisbane Cycling Festival is sparking a citywide shift in how people move, connect, and live. But first, a little about Brisbane. The city is renowned for its vibrant riverfront lifestyle, year-round sunshine, and thriving arts and cultural scene. Brisbane is home to 1.3 million people, and we have 2.7 in the Greater Brisbane region. Brisbane is 1,342 square kilometres. In comparison, Copenhagen is 90. We have 5,000 kilometres of bike paths, 896 kilometres are dedicated. We are the future Olympic and Paralympic city set to host in 2032. And of course, we are home to the Brisbane Cycling Festival. Now, the Brisbane Cycling Festival, or BCF, because we shorten everything in Australia, is an annual event taking place throughout Brisbane. Run over 6 weeks in spring, the BCF is Australia's largest multidisciplinary cycling festival. It brings together over 100 events and activities for all ages and abilities, both on and off the bike. And in 2025, over 80,000 people participated. To give you an idea of the program, a few of the events and activities that happened in 2025 included the Tour de Brisbane, which includes the UCI Grand Fondo, the Big Family Ride, Oz Cycling's eSport National Competition, Oz Cycling's Masters Track National Competition, the National Ride to School Day, and an Active Lifestyle Expo. Along with the direct outcomes of providing opportunities for elites to race and recreational enthusiasts to ride, I want to highlight 4 social outcomes that the Brisbane Cycling Festival is creating, leading to a rise in recreational cycling. Number 1. Everyone is welcome at the Brisbane Cycling Festival. BCF prides itself on creating a welcoming environment for all ages and abilities, turning cycling from something daunting into something inspiring. Within the Tour de Brisbane, everyone has a place at the starting line, including road, mountains, city, cross and hybrid bikes. Tandem and recumbents are welcome in certain distances, and hand cyclists and bike trailers can join the family ride. Number 2, goals transform a random ride into a race. For many people, year-round cycling is motivated by having something to train for. The Brisbane Cycling Festival provides the motivation for many riders who are interested in participating in a cycling event. Knowing that the Tour de Brisbane within the Cycling Festival occurs annually gives people that flag on the hill to work towards, that gets them out of bed in the morning and pushes them to do even better every day. Number 3, creating new habits. The Tour de Brisbane works with the Brisbane City Council to close over 110 kilometres of city streets, including sections within the heart of our city centre, a unique aspect of the event. The road closures are coupled with clear signage, creating a safe and controlled environment for participants. For many, it's their first riding years, with the environment supporting them to have a go and build their confidence in riding in the city centre. This in turn has resulted in many participants reporting that the event gave them further confidence to start commuting, riding with their children, or joining a local cycling group. What starts as a Sunday ride often turns into a daily routine. Number 4, you can't be what you can't see. BCF inspires people to get started on their cycling journey, and I can personally attest to that. Each year, the Active Lifestyle Expo showcases different cycling disciplines, exciting existing fans and creating new ones. In 2021, my son James was captivated by the freestyle BMX display. That day has sparked a love of seeking out jumps all over Brisbane to tackle with his mates. Mates that he's only met through riding in our neighbourhood. I actually checked in with him this morning when I woke up, and he was up at the local park perfecting a jump that he's been building illegally with his friends. That's the power of seeing someone else going before you. It's the same in the big family ride, where not only the participants are encouraged to have a go and inspired to change their habits, but given the visibility of the race through the city centre, spectators are also inspired to get into the event. Cycling events like the Brisbane Cycling Festival aren't just about sport. They're about momentum, about changing how a city moves. When we make people feel welcome, provide the motivation for those driven by goals, create an environment to develop new habits, and by showing people what's possible, events have the power to make cycling part of everyday life. And that creates an enduring legacy for decades to come. Thanks.
Just turn up. We just have, 5 minutes where we just want to, ask you a couple of questions. And talk about Brisbane. I have actually been to Brisbane, and I have also been biking in Brisbane. So I think I could possibly get an invitation for the Olympics, or maybe sort of a few years earlier. I was just wondering, now we speak about legacy as being something positive. What about the negative aspects of this? People being really angry that they cannot get to work, or they cannot get out of town. We just had this big run over the bridge to Sweden this weekend, and I could not get back from Sweden because everything was closed. How do you tackle that?
Yeah, it's a big issue.
Yeah.
We have a lot of cyclists, very much a lot of cyclists. So sometimes, last year I wasn't even promoting to go cycling in the south of our province, but just promoting everything in the north of our province. Where there's no events, but it's beautiful scenery, but no hills. But you can gravel, you can ride your bike, you can go across the border. So instead of focusing on the problems, we're focusing on solutions to be in our province, but search for the nicer areas that aren't that well common.
And I've got 3 suggestions. Yeah. Communicate, communicate, communicate.
So the 3 C's. Yeah.
So I think the main time that we close the city is for the Tour de Brisbane, and communication is key. But I also find free tickets help.
Jerseys? No,
indeed. So look, we do get the occasional complaint, but our main thing is making sure that we've communicated as much as possible with those that will be impacted.
And Caroline from London, suggested that there are some new challenges with regards to the media that one should use, or at least one should make sure to communicate in a different way, make sure that one is also able sort of to have the right sort of way of approaching the various sort of part of the people that are the audience. Is that also something that you have witnessed there is a change to? No. So you're not using different kinds of sort of media, different kinds of techniques in order to make sure that you reach the right audience?
Our main...
The younger generation, as far as I could understand, right?
Yes.
Yes, there's a nod, yeah.
Again, our main...
Sorry for my sort of
That's okay.
question here.
The main one is on a Sunday, we do all the usual channels, and then, yes, social media is a big one, of course, but, yeah, we've just adapted to ensure that we can get, that mass communication out.
Well, the young people aren't the problem. Mostly the time, older people are, and not so fond of the big events.
When are you old? Watch out.
Careful.
Well, no, but that's why we use traditional media, because they read traditional media, still read the traditional media, and we put up signs. So we don't use for these people that much of a social media.
And my final question, which of the many, 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 many brilliant initiatives you've taken the last many years is the one that you would like to share with us, to say this is something that also Copenhagen should make sure that we know, and then we could be inspired by it?
Well,
the children's one was brilliant. I mean, sorry, the one you showed us. Yeah,
that's one of the projects I'm most fond of. Kids van de Koers.
Yeah.
It's different, it's new. It's a little bit like the 4 children over here this morning.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. They tell a better story than I am telling a story. So it takes a lot of time. But if you can find 2 of these guys and make sure there are 2 new guys coming up, because when they will get older, maybe they'll stop. Please use this example for your own region.
But I guess that was also one of your points, right? I mean, that one has to, use different kinds of technique, different kinds of initiatives in order to reach a broader. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, good. Yes.
Look, we have some similar programs, and getting people out and inspired is part of it. But look, we've got no greater advertisement than the Olympic and Paralympic Games coming up in 2032. Yeah. And Australia is a sporting country, I'm sure you all know that, but that is just going to drive so much more participation across all sport. And I think the big opportunity for cycling is, the future Animeers for us, winning gold in Brisbane. It will be like no other in terms of inspiring cycling. So pressure on the young people to come through and train hard and take out gold in Brisbane.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we already touched upon the issue that will now sort of focus more specifically, social inclusion through cycling. Mentioned, for instance, with our talk about Bogota, we also had a point about social inclusion, but also many other aspects of our program. We've been looking upon that. So, using my Einstein reference, I guess one could say the important thing is to never stop questioning, and this is also what we'll do now. We will, now that we have 3 chairs up here, we will have a panel of 3 people. So Kit Lykketoft will come up here, Patrick Jas and Michelle Reinders. And while you make it up here, I can say, just to give you an impression of how small Denmark is, Kit and I, we grew up on the same street. So yeah, Patrick Jas and Michelle Reinders, yes, please sit down. And I'll start once you find your seats. Yeah, they're a bit difficult, these chairs, but they're very expensive. I'll start with you, Kit, right? We've heard, I think you should maybe just start telling us a bit about trying an adapted circle, because this is, you could say, part of what we'll be able to see tomorrow and also the days to come.
Right. So very much in line of what we heard from the young people up here. In Copenhagen, we would very much like to add extra layers of value to the brilliant events that we see coming to our city. And yes, we all love cycling in Copenhagen, as you have heard and seen, all of you. But quite a large part of our societies are not part of the cycling culture due to different kinds of disabilities. And at the same time, we know from research that cycling gives disabled people a sense of freedom and independence. So adapted cycles can give disabled people access to cycling with both, of course, benefits for them, but also social and economic benefits for society. So with Sprint coming to Copenhagen and us knowing from statistics that 2 out of 3 with disabilities would like to cycle more, and that 3 out of 4 parents to children with disabilities would like their children to cycle more, then it was obvious for us to do something in connection to Sprint around this. And we also know that seeking financial funds for adapted cycles can be a jungle, and also can be choosing the right bike, actually. So because of all this, we have, in collaboration with a lot of people, this is a new partnership, created an event for tomorrow. It's in collaboration with the Danish Cyclist Federation, the Knowledge Center for Disability, and also the Elsa's Foundation, and of course the City of Copenhagen. There will be a festival area tomorrow to celebrate inclusive cycling. and it will be right next to the official route. And it's in alignment with our own strategy in wonderful Copenhagen. And of course, UCI Cycling for All, but also the Danish Cycling for Alle initiative. So it was like a come together of great partners. So tomorrow, kids and adults with disabilities and special needs can try adapted cycles such as tricycles, tandems, cargo bikes, many more. And also, they'll be able to meet cycling communities, elite paracyclists, for instance, Emma Lund will be there, and they will be able to get expert advice from the City of Copenhagen's consultants on this, how to get finance, what are the legislations around it, and at the same time, just next to the route, experience Copenhagen Sprint. So we hope to see many of you here in the room there tomorrow. It's between 10 and 3, just next to the National Hospital and next to the route. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. And Emma Lund will join us here later today, also, by the way. Why is it difficult to find funding for initiatives like this?
I mean, funding is there, but it depends on your disability where to seek it. So you can ask in the city, but also some foundations can help you out. So just finding out the right way in, that's the difficulty.
So that's it's a bit of a maze in order to find you. Okay, so let's move to Flanders. You have the 2025 Paracycling World Championship. That seems like a major opportunity also to make sure that there's more focus upon accessibility and social inclusion. So what are you doing?
That's right, but before I focus on the specific project, I first want to tell something about Flanders, because I heard this morning a lot on the Netherlands and Denmark as the top 2 cycling regions.
And Brisbane.
But it's really happening now in Flanders, because at this moment already 20% of all trips are made by bike. And even in our coalition agreement of the new Flemish government, we want to hire that to a level of 30% of all trips made by bike. So at this moment, we already surpassed Denmark. Sorry to say that here in this beautiful location, but anyway. And the Netherlands are still about 7% ahead of us, but we will reach them the next decade, I hope, and I suppose, and I think. So it's happening in Flanders. Come and visit us. We also have a lot of experience to share. But now focusing on the World Championships paracycling in the beautiful city of Romse at the end of August. We want to put a legacy, especially focusing on the target group of the people with disabilities. So we have a project, He Fiets, it's called. Translated, it's bicycles for people with disabilities. It's a lot of information where people with disabilities, and then I mean the intellectual disabilities, but also the physical disabilities. They can have a lot of information on all the locations in Flanders where they can hire a bike specifically adapted to their own disability. Already 80 locations in the whole of Flanders are in it at the moment. And also a lot of information on inclusive routes, also the specific types of bikes, so that they know which bike is the right bike for their own disability. And in the next future, the project will also focus on children's bikes and specifically more on tourism. Why do we do that, this project? Because out of a large-scale sports participation study, we know that recreational cycling is one of the favorite leisure activities of people with a disability, but that the financial resources, the purchase of the bike, and their limited mobility are a barrier. So now they can use a shared bike. It's like shared bicycles 2.0, so to say. And in that way, they can participate in a society because cycling is participating in the society. And the World Championships in Ronse will be a huge opportunity. Our national TV channel will broadcast all the races, and we hope that they will pay attention to the broader theme of cycling, recreational, but also functional for people with disabilities.
And how do you measure impact with regards to that? When do you know that you have been successful? I mean, once the race is over, the championship is over?
We have a biannual survey of all trips made by people living in Flanders. So we will put questions about that into that survey, just to see if the amount of people with disabilities will cycle more than before and will be part of the cycling community in Flanders.
Okay, so it's very data-driven, basically.
Yep.
So yeah. Let's move to you, Reinders. You have a foundation, Brabant Sport, while you figure out how the microphone works. What does the foundation do? I mean, social impact sports. Let's hear a story with God.
Yeah, so first of all, before I start, a big compliments to wonderful Copenhagen, of course, and the UCI for a great event, very inspirational. Just to give you an idea about Brabant Sport, you saw the map already by Milan from Limburg. You saw already Zeeland, where we're right in the middle. So the whole south of the Netherlands is presented here.
It's not just Brisbane. Let's have another. So, woo!
Yeah. Oh,
Netherlands. Yeah.
About Brisbane, by the way, I've been there as well in October. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful cycling there, and I joined the Rafa Cycling Club there. So, compliments. Looking forward to going back. Anyway,
you're getting tickets as well. Then.
Yeah, we go together, right?
Okay,
So anyway, Brabant Sport was founded 8 years ago, originally mostly focusing on elite sports, on performance. So our job is mainly to attract events, just like sport events in Denmark or in Scotland or Flanders. You have those kind of regional organizations. And I will get back to the cycling events that we have hosted in the last years. We also do talent development. So we are the National Olympic Committee Center for the South, amongst which we cooperate with Limburg a lot and with Zeeland on cycling. But actually this is a COVID story, because we were planning to host the 2020 Gran Salida of the La Vuelta, so the Tour of Spain cycling.
Oh, wow.
And then COVID came. 2020 we were cooperating with the city of Utrecht to host that event, and we were looking for sponsors. And that went reasonably well, but we had a story about sporting impact, media impact, regional and city marketing goals. We had a story about economic impact, but we did not have a strong story about societal impact. Mm-hmm. And that's when we had the insight to develop a societal program, and that ended up in the start of the Brabant Sport Fund in 2022. This is a public-private fund. So we came to speak with a lot of sponsors that were slightly interested in joining and being a sponsor of an event, but they were much more interested in being part of a cooperation with a government and other private companies to have societal impact. For instance, the Dutch supermarket chain of Jumbo, you might know them from the team. They don't need us to enhance their association with cycling. They do that themselves, but they do need us to present themselves in terms of healthy lifestyle, food, etc. So that's 2021. We started the Brabant Sport Fund. And then 2022, the same year as Copenhagen had the Grand Départ of Copenhagen, of Tour de France, we had the Gran Salida in Utrecht, and that's where this picture is from. So this is at the team presentation. This was just a few weeks before Julian Alaphilippe lost his World Championship jersey, but you see the power of inspiration of a young kid seeing the world champion, even being able to touch him. And I'm sure that the same picture could have been made in Copenhagen that year, must have been made. But this picture for me is the demonstration of the force, of the power of an event like that to bring top of elite sports closer together, but that's just a start. From there on, you can activate certain target groups to actually attract with them. Because what we also had in COVID times is that there was a lot of discussion, especially in politics. Okay, we spend a lot of money, mostly public money, in these kinds of events, but who are there to enjoy the event? What's the broader impact to the city or the region, other than the people that buy a ticket or go stand aside the road? And that's the answer that we were developing from that side on. So with the Vuelta, we had 3 programs. One focused on getting kids on bike to school. You would say that's a normal thing, like in Denmark, also in the Netherlands. But actually that's declining. And the more it's declining, the more parents decide that
it's also declining here, but
yeah. It's nowadays we have a thing. It's called a fat bike. Do you know it? It's a big electric bike with broad tires. You don't have to cycle anymore. You just sit on it. It's more like a scooter than an electric bike. It's getting more and more popular. So it's cool to sit on a fat bike, and that's the battle we're heading towards now. So we want to make it normal again for parents, especially parents. We're targeting the parents to go with the bike to their to school. We targeted the elderly, and it's especially focused on getting new social contacts. It's called fietsmaatjes. As you know, fiets is the Dutch word for cycling, bicycle. So cycle buddies. And you saw the picture that you showed, Patrick, the duo bike. We use them, and there are quite a few sponsors that want to buy such a bike for a community. And the third one is the unlimited Vuelta. So we focused on people with disabilities to include cycling in the day-to-day routine, and even get cycling on prescription as a cure to get back out there and not just be in a care environment.
Oh, brilliant. You have a master plan, right, with regards to cycling. I mean, and the part of social inclusion, is there a link to the big event that you're having?
Kind of. We're still working on that master plan. That was also written in the coalition agreement of the new government. And cooperation within all the policy areas is key in that master plan. So the master plan, there's not only the measures, the activities in our own field of mobility and public works. It will also include measures in the policy areas of, for instance, tourism, sports, education, and of course, welfare. In that master plan, FITS master plan bicycle, will also be included all the social measures, including the cycling opportunities for people with disabilities. And that's a very good link with the World Championships now at the end of August in Ronse. So cooperation, coordination is key. Also the project here FITS is a cooperation between a civic society, the Civic Association Mobile 21, and G-Sport, a division of the sports department of the Flemish authority. So a cooperation between public and private. And a lot of organizations and departments are working together, not only for the World Championships, but also for the master plan FITS. We also have a meeting of all stakeholders that are doing some projects and have some responsibilities concerning cycling policy. We will also hold it at the end of August in Ronse, in the city itself. And the theme of that FITS forum, it's called, will be, of course, be inclusion and accessibility. So we have the political discussion about the theme together at the same time with all the the World Championships that are taking place
Okay,
the
so
same,
everything
the
fits
same weekend.
together, at least you're
so
working.
it's
Yeah.
win-win,
Yeah.
trying to find
Yeah.
enough links between the championships themselves and our own policy, not only on short term, but also on the longer term.
And try and adapted cycle is obviously now taking place, but there must be an ambition to have other sort of big initiatives that one could then also make sure happen. I mean, how do you see the challenges within that particular sort of area?
Well,
local communities, obviously.
I guess from everything we hear here, when we are looking at vulnerable groups like young people, kids, disabled people, or people with special needs, equal for them all is that we do need to have accessible and secure infrastructure in our cities, of course, but also more inclusive cycling communities. I mean, if you ask about what is needed, I would say that resources for support, specifically when we talk disabled people, that is needed, but also a mindset shift. And that goes for all of us. I mean, if you have a disability or a special need, you very often need support to be able to cycle, whether it's for like transport or leisurely activity. And if we want to support them and unlock that potential, not only for the societal benefits, but also for their individual benefit, we need more cross-sector collaboration, like the project that we have around the event tomorrow. This is a new form of partnership, and we need that because we...
And which sectors are we talking about here that you need to have?
The NGOs, the city, everybody who wants to be on board, people who will provide us with the special cycles tomorrow. So it's a mix of collaboration here. And the access to adapted cycles is really important, because if you don't have one that fits your need, then it doesn't matter at all. So that's some of the points that I would point to. And then, of course, I mean, in a city like Copenhagen, we have a very developed biking culture, but we also have a fierce biking culture. So it's up to all of us to be inclusive of groups that are not necessarily included as it is today.
And Kit kind of alluded to the overall challenge of infrastructure. I mean, obviously also to ensure accessibility for people with impairments. How are you working with that?
Well, there has been a lot of investment in infrastructure in our province.
Could you give us an example?
Oh, yeah, I can't give you any statistics in terms of
No, just an example of a project. I mean, that was,
well, so the provincial government focuses on regional connections. So the city is responsible for local connections within the cities, but a lot of commuting, also for people with some kind of disabilities, goes between cities or villages. So the infrastructure that was laid out in the last, I don't know, 5 to 8 years has been so welcoming and so broad. I mean, this morning we had a discussion about the size of bike paths. Well, they're very big at our place. So you can even fit a few of those duo bikes in there as well. I myself am a volunteer for the Fietsmaatjes project, and I use it to bring a blind guy to work on every Friday, back and forth to his work in a village nearby. So there's a ground layer of infrastructure that's very good, and now it comes to the orgware or the people that have to use it and the availability of those bikes, and that's the next step in what we're developing.
For the final round, where would you really like to improve? I mean, where do you think this is something that I really have to work on because this is important, but I just haven't figured out how to do it?
We are now looking at the guidelines in the bicycle infrastructure manual. And space is limited. Now the default width of a bicycle path in Flanders is 2 meters. So we are looking if we can make it even broader to adjust the specific bikes, also the turning radius and so on, is quite important for those specific bikes and cyclists. So I think that can become better than it now is, because we are investing around 300 million euros in cycling infrastructure each year in Flanders. So if we invest that amount of money, it should be good for everyone, not the regular cyclist, but also the people with a disability, the specific bikes also for the blind and the visually impaired people. Just to know that amount of money is spent very well for each member of our society. And I think that also we need to stress on a positive perception of that kind of cycling. Communication is all, so we need a positive image of cycling as a regular mode of transport, but specifically also for the cycling by people with a disability. And the World Championships, again, will help us the end of August. So check our television channel for all the races and all the information about cycling for people with disabilities in Flanders and in the world.
We will do that, yeah?
Yeah, from our side, like as Wonderful Copenhagen, we will continue to build on all our good experience with building something extra on the events, like add-ons that can shed light on something that needs light on, or bring attention to special needs, for instance, around the event, as we are doing with this one. Events like Sprint bring a lot of attention to a city, and we feel that it's a very good opportunity to add value, to build legacies, and also help groups bring attention to their cases.
To work even more strategically with that, and also constantly see what kind of groups can one imagine that one should shed light on, yeah?
Yeah, well, I see two challenges for us. One is continuity. So
no zigzag, yeah?
Yeah. It's every time you see an event with one social inclusion activity, it's a one-off, right? It's what we try to do is support a project for at least 2 years, but our funding is limited as well. So we have to invest already in continuity at the startup phase, and if we reach that, and we already have some projects that were very successful with it, then you get a enduring impact. Not just 1,000 people participated, but 1,000 people are actually have actually chosen to choose the bike to go for their daily routine.
Yeah.
So that's one, and the
ripple effect, basically, right?
Yeah, that's and so you have to have the impact measurement on a longer time range than just the one-off. Also, and the second thing is, I remember Caroline was mentioning that the BMX sport, right? So we have in October we have the European Championships BMX Freestyle in Eindhoven. That's in our province, and we're developing a program with a new target group. That's the age, let's say, 14 to 24, with mental disability, mental challenges. Let's say. So urban sports, especially BMX freestyle, can be a language for young folk to try something that they haven't done before, and then develop new skills from that. And that's a new program I'm looking forward to.
Now that was a very good example of sort of focusing upon groups that you haven't focused upon so far. I mean, just following up on Kit's point.
Yeah, exactly.
Kit, Patrick, Shell, let's give him a big hand of applause. And now there is coffee, and who knows, maybe also a little bit of cake, you never know. We are meeting here again, adjourn again, 5 minutes past 3. So 5 minutes past 3, that's when we start again. And we start with a conversation about how to drive actionable progress. See you back, 5 minutes past 3. Okay, we're just about to start. If you could please find your seats. Okay, I know it's Friday afternoon and now you are... If you're not finding your seats, we will end the conference by 6 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock, so maybe you should speed up a bit, yes? Will you join us out there, or? No, apparently not. They'll probably come in when we start. Well, welcome back, and a double welcome to our next participant up here, Henk Swarthoff, because you are president of the European Cyclists Federation, and you were here for the conference ahead of the Tour de France. You have also served as ambassador of Netherlands to Denmark. So I think out of appreciation for Henk, we should just, take our flags and wave them. Wow. Well, I'm sorry, Henk. This was just, a way to tell them that they should do the same thing once we get to the family photo.
Okay.
But anyway, so the family photo, you get up here at the end, and then you bring your flag, and then you do exact same thing as just did. But still, I thought it looked nice, and Henk was happy. So I think that's fine. What are we debating here, Henk? How to drive actual progress with regards to cycling. Henk, we're starting with a quiz. The Tour is won in bed. So the Tour is won in the bed.
That's a cryptic one, right?
I said the Tour. The Tour.
De France.
Yes? I thought you knew something about cycling. Yup.
In bed?
That's what he said, because obviously you need to sleep.
Oh, yeah, he was always sleeping, that's right.
Yeah, well, there you are. That's yeah. Well,
I didn't think about that.
Well, I'm not sure that you can win any
So
quizzes.
you can see we didn't prepare this. It's all spontaneous.
Very, very spontaneous. I found the quote last night. Okay, but where is this guy? Is he still around?
Yeah. As far as I know, but
he-
there are people in the room who know much better.
Okay.
But as far as I know, Joop Zoetemelk is still alive and kicking.
Okay, but he's not doing what we saw up here. champions really sort of still engaging with civil society and making sure that kids...
No, he's a quiet man.
He's a quiet man. He's probably
But
also...
he was always a quiet
Yeah,
man.
yeah, and he won the Tour in 1980, so that's
Yes.
actually a pretty long time ago, so maybe he's... he's calling because he's very angry now that you did not know the quote. Okay, let's be more serious. You have been briefed about what was discussed during the breakouts, the workshops.
Mm-hmm.
What are your sort of main takeaways from that?
Well, there were 5 different breakout sessions. I tried to attend 2 of them for half of the time.
Which one were they?
That was the one about public health, which was a very Danish one, because there's a public health plan coming up in Denmark. And of course, how do we give active mobility, including cycling, its appropriate place in the national health law, the new national health law. And the other one was the session about development and international funding.
Okay, interesting.
With WRI and the World Bank.
Yeah, following
Jill
up
Warren
on the
was
panel
there
we had, yeah.
So,
Claudia, yeah. Yes?
and also how to get cycling on the international political agenda.
And we'll get back to that. But from these sort of 2 workshops you participated in, what are then your main takeaways? What happened? What can you remember? And
What
do
is
you think we
very
should know?
important is the it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. The relationship between all the different levels of government, from the international, supranational level down to the municipal or even sub-municipal neighborhoods. And you see, for instance, in this country, in Denmark, that national law limits cities in what they can do. And as we've heard before, and as we've also heard in other sessions, cities are the one that are driving the change. There's another reason for this, of course, is that national governments, the Danish government, most national governments right now, have different priorities than they had 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Because of climate or because
no,
of
well,
demography?
climate has gone down
Right,
on the
yeah.
agenda, right? And livability, and it's all about security, about safety, about defense.
Resilience,
different
yeah.
priority, resilience, different focus, which puts even more onus on the lower levels of government, regions, provinces, cities, towns, villages. And that's in a way that's also okay, because that's at that level is where cycling happens. That's where we cycle. We don't cycle around the whole country, well, sometimes on holiday perhaps, but the local level is very decisive, but the national level must enable the local level to. So in Denmark, for instance, there are laws which, you see this button I'm wearing here?
Yes.
30 kilometers an hour. A city in Denmark cannot decide, like Brussels did, for instance, to implement 30 kilometers an hour because the law, the national law, forbids it. So there's a role for national government to enable local government to do what they can do, and then the national government can focus on whatever priorities they have.
So set the cities free.
Yeah, well, that's a nice slogan. Set the cities free.
Ooh, I write that down.
Good slogan.
Maybe I should run for mayor. Maybe not. Okay, so the.
Are you going to run for mayor?
No. No, don't
You
start
heard it here first.
I said I will not run for mayor. So you completely lost my sort of concentration here. Back on track. So governments, they obviously can. I mean, you have regulation. It's one thing, as you also indicate with your cars. I mean, you're not able to change sort of the speed limit, and then there's also money.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned sort of what's happening with regards to security, resilience, and so forth, I guess one will also have to mention here that there is a summit going on next week in somewhere in the Netherlands,
Yeah,
in a certain capital. There's going to be a very sort of important man arriving if he actually gets to the summit, so Donald Trump and all the other sort of heads of state and government. And there it will have the decision that 5% of GDP will be spent on defense. I mean, this is a huge decision.
That's a horrible lot of money.
Yeah.
The good thing is...
So where does cycling get into
So let
all
me
this?
try even to put a positive twist on this one.
Good.
So that 5%, that's 3.5% is defense, hardware, arms, planes,
tanks,
ships, tanks,
drones,
bombs, drones. The other 1.5% is earmarked resilience. And it's specifically mentioned that it all can include infrastructure investment.
That's what I'm
Now, resilience, you see in whether an area has been hit by an earthquake or in Ukraine when cities were bombed out, that actually bicycles were used to deliver emergency relief.
Really? Okay.
And when there is no fuel to be had, bicycles will still run. Cars won't, buses won't, not even tanks will, but bicycles still will. So my hope is that at least some of those...
Bikes against Putin.
Another slogan. We're non-political.
Maybe I'll run for foreign minister. Oh, no, I'll not run for foreign minister. Anyway, go back. So you can use bikes, yeah.
So the other thing is, of course, there will be less money to go around. But then the good thing is that investment in cycling is relatively cheap. For 1 kilometer of motorway, you can get between 100 and 200 kilometers of bike path. For railway, the factor is even higher. So why don't our authorities put their money where their mouth is? They have adopted an EU declaration on cycling.
Last year, yeah.
There's several UN resolutions on cycling from the General Assembly, unanimously adopted. But so let's put our money where our mouth is and invest. And then the other, and we have heard that in several sessions, that the return on investment for cycling infrastructure is, well, for every euro or dollar, you get about 5 or 10 times as much in return in different kinds of benefits. Half of that is in health, about public health. And the rest is in less congestion, less pollution, less noise, better livability, a bit of jobs. The problem is, of course, that return on health is from another budget than where the investment is coming from. The investment is from the transport budget, the health ministry's budget. But it is like 20, 30 years down the line that you reap the benefits. And most politicians' horizon is shorter than 30 years.
Probably, yeah. But what you're actually saying is that the 5% is not an argument against investing in.
No, of course not.
Yeah, right. No, but you could make that argument, or try to make that argument. Say, well, we don't have any money.
You can spend every euro only once.
Right.
So those 3.5% that will be spent on tanks and bombs, etc., they are lost for cycling. But then
but the others,
the other 96.5% of GDP can be spent on cycling.
Right. That's a very good point. We'll write that down. Let's give him a big hand of applause. But what's actually your sort of main message here with regards to transforming all these nice goals, visions into action?
That's working together. Jill showed some nice pictures in the session, and of course I remember when the pictures were taken because we were there at COP26 in Glasgow. And we were dressed to the nines in the blue zone, lobbying to get cycling included in the transport declaration. And outside were the local activists with their banners and their horns. And all the delegates, all the diplomats had to run the gauntlet past those activists. So even before they entered the negotiating room, they were aware of cycling. And that's more general in our work, how we see that. Who in this room is an activist or considers themselves an activist? More and more coming. That's very good. Because you can be an activist and a public official or a politician. You don't have to be exclusively an activist. That we need
not a full-time job.
We need the activists in the streets, and that somebody else mentioned who was it who mentioned the bike bus? Claudia? No, Janet. Anyway, the bike bus, invented in Barcelona, not in Portland. We must correct that. That's a typical citizens' initiative. Start in your own neighborhood, grassroots movements. Organize yourself. If the government doesn't do it, don't wait for the government to do it, but take the initiative yourself. And if it's a good initiative, then the government will see it and they will join you. And that's exactly what happened in Barcelona. Parents started organizing rides to school for their kids. It worked, and then the police came to protect them, and then they got an official stamp, and now it's like it's institutionalized almost. And everybody can do that in their own community, in their own neighborhood, in their own society. So don't wait for politicians or elected officials to take action. You can actually take action yourself.
And you can coordinate with other actors. As you started out saying, we should cooperate. So
well, you start talking to your neighbors, right?
Yeah, right.
And then to the people in the next block, perhaps.
So that's and then you have the ripple effect.
And then something will grow, you hope.
Yeah. Okay. So we spoke about citizens. We have also mentioned regions, and now we are moving to the European level. You mentioned the declaration that was agreed upon last year. It's only a declaration.
It's only a declaration.
Is that good enough?
It's not legally binding. Well. It's the best we could get at the time.
And was it a big fight to get it?
Was it a big fight? No, it was a hard, long slog, actually. It was more a long-term project than a big fight.
Okay, so
it was a lot of pulling and pushing, and you know.
But so what's long-term being what? You fought this for 20 years?
We worked on it for almost 5 years.
Goodness, yeah.
For the entire parliament.
Then you only ended up with the declaration. Sorry.
Well,
okay, anyway, yeah.
The declaration, there's only one earlier declaration like this, and that's the digital rights.
Okay.
So it's right up there. And it's signed by the Parliament, by the Council, and by the Commission. Had we gone for a legal binding, legally binding instrument, we wouldn't have gotten all this that we got, because there would have been much more pushback, in particular from the member states, and we wouldn't have gotten it before the elections.
The European Parliament.
The European elections. And in the present Parliament, chances are a lot smaller that we would have gotten a declaration.
So it was
like
a smart
that.
move.
So it was really it was just in time for the.
And what's actually in that declaration that is relevant for the audience here?
Basically, well, the most important thing is probably that we agree that in urban mobility, that cycling and walking should be prioritized over all other modes of transport.
Okay.
And there's a lot of other stuff in there, but this is the most important thing. And I think there are 450, 500 cities in Europe that have to submit a sustainable urban mobility plan, and that needs to follow that prioritization.
So it's an important declaration, and it is also ambitious.
Yes.
Because there are also targets in there saying by 2030 we should double the amount of number of bicycle or cyclists.
And Ursula von der Leyen has asked the Transport Commissioner to, after this summer, I think, to provide an update on how far we have gotten.
And Ursula von der Leyen is the Queen of Europe, or maybe just the head of the European Commission. I'm not sure they all follow, European politics 100 all the time, so to speak. Okay, so it's important. So, Henk, why on earth is there nothing about this declaration in the program of the Danish EU presidency? Because as some of you may know, Denmark on the 1st of July will chair the meetings in the European Union. So why is it not in there? Have you been sleeping? Have you not been doing your job? I mean,
that's not a question you ask me.
Well, I mean, you are the lobbyist.
Is there anybody here representing the Danish government?
They're gone. They don't want to. They don't want to.
This question was coming. No, but that's actually.
Sorry.
That's actually that illustrates the issue.
Yeah, right.
That in this whole conference today, there.
Well, because we don't have a national strategy, so it may be a bit.
There were very few, if any, representatives of the national government, and that brings us back to what we talked about earlier: the different levels of government. That it will be cities and regions who are here in the room who need to be driving the change, but we need to make sure that the national government at least will enable them or let them do that.
Regulation again, but obviously also some funding. So you agree with me?
But it's very disappointing indeed that the Danish government,
well,
Denmark.
I'll let them know. I'm not sure. But if it had been on the, if cycling had been in the program of the Danish EU presidency, what should have been in there? If you are now we're dreaming. I would put in there that there should be a special informal council meeting by the ministers of transport.
For instance?
Discussing how can we make sure that this declaration is not just a piece of paper, but that we actually having
put our money where our mouth is.
So that is what we would try to. That is what we would do. Yeah.
But this is a missed opportunity, I'm afraid.
Yeah, because the program has been written.
I think so.
It's been published yesterday.
It's published.
So
there you go.
Okay, so final question. What does your association actually do? Now that you are apparently not able, sort of, to influence the program by the the Danish EU presidency, what are you doing?
Well, then we need to go into subsidiarity, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm sure that our Danish members, Cyklistforbund, there they are. They have. I'm sure they have done their best to influence the Danish government's program, and that's also the way we work. We work as ECF at the European and at the global level, whereas the national level is done by our members. We have members in all European countries except Montenegro, no, North Macedonia, sorry. But civil society organizations, right? Our members are cyclists' associations.
Okay. Like Cyklistforbundet.
Like Cyklistforbundet and ADFT in Germany and Cycling UK in the UK and so on.
Got it, yeah.
So we work with the EU, we work with the World Health Organization. Just 2 weeks ago, we kicked off the 100 Reasons to Walk and Cycle More campaign with the European Office of WHO here in Copenhagen. We go to the COP climate conferences, as I told. So
you're going to Brazil?
Well, I am not going to Brazil.
What a pity.
Jill's successor is going to Brazil.
Okay. Where the COP negotiations or the climate change negotiations take place at a global level. Okay, and so this is what you do when you say
So we advocate
it's a global level.
for cycling at the supranational level, European and global. Why global? Because there is no global cycling advocacy organization.
So that's where you come in.
We are, so we do this, but we are called the European.
Okay.
You know, not like UCI, which has the I of international. We still have the E of European.
You can work on it.
But we're working on that. And so watch this space. We are going to try to go international.
Do you have one message left where you think this is what they should all remember from this talk?
Well, it's a bit of a cliche, perhaps, but think global, act local. As you said, it's the cities who will produce the change, and I appreciate, Jens Peter, where are you, that we don't only cycle in cities, we also cycle in the countryside, but still it's often the leadership of cities. Look at the ones that Janet showed, Janet herself, but Anne Hidalgo, Sadiq Khan in London. They take the lead, they show the way, and actually, they get re-elected.
Yeah, that was a very interesting point. And that may also happen in Copenhagen. But you could also have said, set the cities free.
Yeah, we did that already.
Yeah, no, but we could repeat it. I mean, that's... and Putin? Spikes against Putin. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Hans Vado. So far, we have been talking a lot about cycling, and now we will actually have some great cyclists here joining me up stage. Henk, by the way, you forgot your jersey. Yeah, no, I didn't give it to you, but now I can see it's down here. So yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome. So now we have two brilliant cyclists here joining me on stage. It is an utmost pleasure, particularly also I have been, as I've also been following Wilson Kipketer for many years. I mean, I've been again screaming in front of the television, watching you winning medals for Denmark. I also remember certain things happening in Tokyo, where suddenly you crashed, right? There was a give us a story. There was a British, English sort of.
There was a British rider suddenly in front of me in the team pursuit in the Olympics semi-final. So I didn't see him. We crashed, and I may have acted a bit weird afterwards, or not so professional. But yeah.
At the discipline was what?
Team pursuit.
Yeah. And you have won, Emma Lund. Oh, sorry, this is Frederik Rodenberg Madsen. And you have won 3 Olympic medals, is that correct? 2?
Yeah.
No, Frederik, how many have you won?
Yeah, I only have 2.
You only have 2, but you have 3.
I have 2.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah. So 2.
Yeah.
So which one did you win? Let's just hear that.
Yeah, I can't see who you're looking at. Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a silver and a bronze.
Yeah.
I got the... Yeah, of course. Very impressive. I got the gold and bronze medal for Paralympics.
And Emma, you have decided to become ambassador of Copenhagen Sprint?
Yes, I have.
And why?
Because I think it's important for the para cycling to be to be presented. Yeah. So I'm very happy to be there, and just to be a paracycling ambassador. It's not even, I can't even think about it. Not even, yeah. Yeah, it's perfect. It's so great.
And what will you do then as ambassador? You're obviously here as an ambassador.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm gonna be cheering. Yeah. And then I'm gonna be at Amorparken tomorrow.
Yeah.
To be a protector for paracycling.
Great. That's. And Frederik, you're not an ambassador, but I'm sure you'll also be following the event.
Yeah, I'm not an ambassador, but I'll be following the event, obviously, especially on Sunday.
Yeah.
Many of my friends are riding, so...
So who's going to win?
I think Olaf Køj is going to win, but I hope Rasmus Søjberg from Denmark.
So not Rasmus, so not MSP, he's not going to win?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, whatever, we can get back into that afterwards. Do you remember the first time you won a bike?
Yeah, I do. I think my training wheels had just come off when I was like 4 years old or something. And I live on my childhood home is on a slope. So I was like, how can I go as fast as possible down the slope? And on the bottom, there's a right-hand corner. So I went like 20 times. And on the 21st times, I had so much speed that I couldn't turn. So I just went straight into a house with head first into the wall. I had a helmet on, so nothing happened, but that was my first memory of being on a bike.
And what about you, Emma?
Not especially. I had a cargo bike or I got it when I was 9 years old, so that was my first bike, and I felt very, very uncomfortable with the cargo bike because there's not so many children. There's riding a cargo bike, so I was just like, I hate my bike. I hate my bike. But then I got to a spinning class, and I was just competing against my dad. Yeah, he does a lot of triathlon, so I was competing against him in all the VATs. Yeah, I was 15, but I won. Yeah.
And can you share with us some, sort of anecdotes, experience from the Olympics in Paris?
Yeah, it was so great. Of course. I was more impressed about the bronze medal actually, because I didn't know I was getting it. It was not even in my dreams to get a bronze medal in the time trial. So I got like I was like there. I was already a world champion at the road race. So I think, okay, yeah, I got a chance on road race. But I don't. Not in the time trial. It was so amazing to see all my friends and all my family around and just like cheering for me, and yeah, it was so amazing to be in Paris. To be in Paris.
And an event like this, let's give another round of applause here. And Frederik, an event like this, I mean not this, but I mean the race taking place, the sprint, Do you think that plays a role? I mean, for children watching it, is that something that you think also that one should work on even more strategically than is done right now?
I think it can work for children. I remember I started because I watched Tour de France on television, and I'm pretty sure also when the tour was here a couple of years ago in Copenhagen, it also had quite a big impact on children starting at cycling. So if this can be an event that happens every year, it inspires. Because the whole city gets shut down and you see the stars actually training on the roads, and you can go up to them before the races and say hi to them, and that's quite an experience that you don't get in, let's say, football. So getting close to the stars like that, I think is pretty special, and it's really something that Copenhagen should focus on, like having every year.
And do you see yourself as a role model for children to make sure that they start to bike? Could obviously also be a role model for people over 50. I mean, that's yeah.
I don't know if I see myself as a role model. I think it happens when you get some media exposure of some kind. You just automatically become sort of a role model. I remember I looked up to Lasse Norman, who won the Olympic gold in London, and now I'm also on the Danish team with him. But again, I don't think Lasse saw himself as a role model there either, but it just happens.
Of course. What about you? Of course.
Yeah. I'm not seeing myself as a role model, but I see myself as an ambassador for paracycling to come to Denmark, because there is not a lot of paracycling members in cycling. So we are looking for just as much potential and media and all that kind of stuff to become the best role models for disabled people, or any kind of people actually. Yeah.
But you are role models. I mean, both of you. So that's,
thank you.
Yeah, that's undoubtedly. Now you have all been sitting there very patiently, but maybe there's someone who actually wants to ask a question. So let's see whether that's the case. This is your... Yes.
Did you get a lot of support in paracycling in Denmark?
Actually, support. I got a lot of support from my family, but not in. When I was out riding my bike, I was getting a lot of hate for my bike, because it's a bigger bike. So I got a lot of hate for riding a bike like this in public. So yeah, but now I just.
In what ways did you get the hate? I mean, were people
comments like you are so you're filling all the ride. The
lane?
Yeah, the bike lane.
Yeah, the bike lane. Or I can't get a normal FTP with the you in front of me and all that kind of stuff. So, but now I'm just wearing my jersey, so.
Yeah. Anybody else who would like to ask a question? So I'll ask one. How many medals will you win at the next Olympics?
2. Of course, 2 gold medals.
Are you saying 2 gold medals?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Why did I ask?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. Sorry. Gold? Silver? What's happening?
I only miss a gold, so one gold, but that should be enough.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Ooh, yeah, gifts here, yeah. Yeah, you can both put them on if you want to. No, maybe not. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
And now we are in for a true award festival, and that's where I need you again, Tony Mitchell, to make sure that this happens in the right way and that we can all celebrate the wonderful achievement. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am present. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today we will reveal the winners of the second annual UCI Cycling for All and Sustainability Awards. The UCI's vision, as you know, is to make cycling one of the world's most sustainable sports and promote the bicycle as a key transport mode in combating climate change, improving population health, and building a more sustainable future for all. The UCI Cycling for All and Sustainability Awards were launched in 2024 to recognise outstanding initiatives implemented by members of the cycling family that have had a positive social and environmental impact, promote active mobility, and encourage everyday cycling. They are open to professional riders, teams, national federations, event organisers, and UCI bike cities and regions. The UCI is honoured to have counted on an expert jury comprised of 7 globally recognised experts, several of which are in the room today in Copenhagen. These experts represent various fields, include active mobility, sustainability, academia, the media, and professional cycling. I think Peter Sagan was one. It was very good to have him involved. In 2025, we received numerous ambitious, impactful, and truly inspirational projects from cycling stakeholders around the world. All applicants, and not just the winners, can be proud of their achievements. This afternoon, the UCI will award 4 trophies. The UCI Cycling for All Award, recognising a cycling initiative with significant social impact. The UCI Climate Action Award, recognising a cycling initiative with significant positive environmental impact. The UCI Bike City Award, recognising the most innovative project submitted by the UCI Bike Cities and Regions. And a very special award, the UCI Rainbow Award, selected by the jury out of all of the applications. So, let's now discover the winners. First, the UCI Cycling for All Award. Actually, I would like to invite Emma Lund, who will come up on stage here and reveal the winner. And while you're making your way up here, I'll just read out a few of, the 3 finalists. And I'd like to just say that being a finalist is something that we should also talk about and shout about, because the calibre was so high. And the 3 finalists are British Cycling for its Limitless program, South of Scotland Cycling Partnership, Scottish Borders Council for their Fund for Electronic Bike Accessibility. Yeah, you want to clap? I know, we've got the Scots here, yes, thank you. British Cycling, you've had your chance on stage already. And UAE Team Emirates XRG for its UAE Team Emirates XRG Academy. Okay, I will now hand over to Emma to open the envelope and read the winner.
Never tried it before.
Yeah.
But it's... Okay, the winner is British Cycling.
Well done, British Cycling Limitless. If you can come up on stage, please. And while they're making their way up on stage, we'll play a short video.
I am Sam.
I'm Shelley.
I am Elsie.
I am Rog.
I am Jules.
I am Sajad. I am Limitless.
I am Limitless. I am Limitless.
I love cycling because I get to go really fast, and everybody's going to say that.
I love cycling
because I'm free.
I love cycling because you can be with all your friends and be in the mud and you can just go outside and do whatever you want. And then your dad just gets mad at you all the time.
I love cycling because I get to wear lycra in public.
I just love being outdoors in the fresh air and exercising as well. It's just a bruty bonus.
I love cycling because it gives me the platform to compete against my peers at the same level. Introducing Limitless,
The British Cycling Disability
and paracycling programme.
More clubs.
More facilities.
More opportunities.
for disabled people to enjoy cycling.
Follow the link in the description.
For ways to get involved.
Now we will offer Caroline the opportunity to say. Did you want to say a few words as well? Yes. I could just. I think it would be appropriate.
Thank
of course,
you.
Haven't prepared anything, have you? So
No, I haven't prepared. This is an absolute surprise and an honour, so thank you very much. I mean, just to say, credit goes to the team at British Cycling who lead on this programme, and also it would not be possible without all of the clubs who have supported us, all of the volunteers who have supported us to actually make this programme happen. So actually there is all of the work that we do at headquarters at British Cycling, but it's our volunteers, our members, our clubs that actually make it happen and transform people's lives. So just a big thank you and a big honour and a thank you to them.
Thank you. Thank you again, British Cycling, for showing us through the video very clearly the power of what cycling can achieve. Wonderful. Okay, the next award is the UCI Climate Action Award. And to help me read out the winners, I would like to invite Frederick Rodenberg Madsen back up on stage. Yes, who will help me reveal the winner. And whilst he's doing that, the three finalists are Arctic Race of Norway, the first professional cycling race to use 100% fully electric cars, Flanders Classics for its sustainability plan and assessment of the 2025 UEC Road European Championships, and UAE Team Emirates XRG for its Road to Net Zero initiative. And now we will have a drum roll as we open the envelope. Oh, very good.
And the winner is Flanders Classics.
Congratulations, Flanders Classics. Come up on stage, and I think we'll play a video as well. I've had training this time.
Thank you very much for this great award and to be here. All the credits are for Flanders Classics. So I'm from Event Flanders, from the government. So Flanders Classics couldn't be here today, but this is really We're working for years in the region of Flanders on sustainability, and everybody who works on sustainability, everybody in the room here knows it's really hard, and it's a challenge. So we're really proud to get this award. We started with our program together in close cooperation with the UCI 2021, the Centennial Road World Championships there. So really trying to go to a next level, and maybe also work on compensation the coming years, because a lot of big CO2 emissions, all the circus coming to our regions, flying to our regions. So that's the big challenge for the future. But really, it's really an honor, and yeah, let's also try to cooperate in this field, because we can all learn from each other in terms of sustainability. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, the third UCI Bike City Award. And I would like to call up a colleague of mine, Henrik Jensen, the UCI Management Committee member, UEC board member, and also Dane. He's well known in these parts, I hear. Yes, and he is going to help me reveal the winner. But first, the finalists. We have 3 finalists again. Abu Dhabi, UAE, for organising the 2025 MyWush Ramadan Cycling Championships. The province of Treviso, Italy, for its Bike to Work program, IPA Marca Trevigana initiative. Hopefully I got that right. And Wollongong, Australia, for its Wollongong Bike City Community Partners Program. Okay, Henrik, over to you. Oh, we have the drum roll.
Wollongong, Australia. Congratulations.
We don't have anyone here? Okay, we'll play a video.
The Community Partners Program sees 25 Wollongong organisations working together to provide opportunities for all facets of the community to enjoy recreational cycling. A legacy of the 2022 UCI Road World Championships, the program fosters the event of new projects, facilitates event collaboration, enhances accessibility, and provides advice on cycling infrastructure. It has seen an All Abilities ride added to Australia's biggest single-day charity ride, integrated the Ride for Rotary into our annual cycling festival, supported Cycling Without Age in their fundraising for piloted trikes, championed Frame Running Wollongong's inspiring program for kids with mobility limitations, and promoted the Safe Cycling campaign of Healthy Cities Illawarra. Bike City Community Partners, supporting cycling for all.
Wollongong, and I believe there is a thank you message as well that we are now going to see from Samara Shepherd, who is part of the Wollongong team.
I'm Tanya Brown, the Lord Mayor of Wollongong. We're humbled and so proud to receive this award. We've been working for some time on ensuring our whole community has access to a range of cycling infrastructure, and that we're making cycling as inclusive and accessible as possible. We're grateful to the UCI for this honour, which is a testament to our city's cycling passion.
What a surprising and humbling moment for Wollongong, given the amazing Bike City programs around the world. Our Community Partners program is a standout legacy initiative from hosting the 2022 Road World Championships, delivering social and health benefits for those who otherwise might not have engaged in cycling. From our All Abilities ride, to piloted trikes, frame running events for youth with mobility issues, and charity rides, this win is the result of years of grassroots collaboration.
Thank you. We will see you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and the final, the last but definitely not the least, the UCI Rainbow Award. This is a special award decided by the members of the jury, and to help me present this, I would like to ask Jill Warren, CEO of the European Cyclist Federation, and one of our esteemed jury members, to come up on stage here to help reveal the award.
the winner of the UCI Rainbow Award this year is Abu Dhabi Sports Council for the My Whoosh Ramadan Cycling Championship.
And yes, we have Abu Dhabi Cycling Council here. We will welcome them on stage, and we have a short video to play as well. Okay. And I was obviously part of the judging as well, and I just wanted to say something about the Rainbow Award. It allows the UCI and the judges to actually choose a program, a project, a group that we truly believe was worthy of such an award. And what really struck a chord with the judges was how this project was able to reach a significant number of people and break cultural boundaries that had existed. And in particular, the use of online cycling platforms, esports, was a way that a lot of people could participate, much, much more than what you saw on screen. And it was truly impressive, the reach that this could have. So I'd now like to welcome you to come and say a few words, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank our leadership for their support. Without them, we didn't win this award. And this project is, as you know, we are just a young generation and young country, only 15 years old. And it helped us with the support of My Whoosh to encourage the females to participate. Now we're reaching more than 40% of females in community participation, and we are proud of that. And hopefully they won't beat males, but we'll stay competing with them. And thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations, and also thank you, Jill, for helping with that. This brings us to the end of the awards section. I would just also like to say the awards have only been going now for 2 years, but it does show how important it is for us, the UCI, but this wider community, to really recognize the winners, but also talk about and showcase all of those that applied for the awards and all of those that became finalists. We need to do more of this and more storytelling as well. Thank you. And we're now going to have a photo of all of the award winners.
Here we are. No, I think we're just going to stand. You need the microphone.
I need the microphone. You've got one.
So that was actually fascinating. I mean, so, as you said, I mean, clear brilliance of showcasing of what's going on in the various cities, the various categories. So I think keep on doing that. I think that was definitely a right decision to embark upon that. But what are your major takeaways from this wonderful event?
Well, yes, there's so many. Where to next is one of the questions that I thought you were asking. And look, for me, we're in Copenhagen. Where to next is the pub for a beer, yes? Sure, it must be. But there were so many presentations today, but I did manage to spot some common themes, and I wanted to share, there's five that I wanted to share. You know, the first thing for me that really took away was, as you said, a little less conversation, a little more action.
Yes,
and
Elvis says.
Yes, as Elvis said.
Yeah.
I'm going to add to that. I think we need more action, but we also need more storytelling.
Yeah.
And storytelling is very, very important. But sometimes you need to take action to be able to get the opportunity to tell that story as well. But you need to make the decision, based on what we're seeing today, which approach you should take. And we've got plenty of case studies from today that could help. One of the ones in particular that stood out for me was the Copenhagen story itself. The photos of 1930 to 1960 to 1980 to today. You know, people don't realize the story. And it's not just Copenhagen that's gone through that pathway. Others have as well. We need to be able to share that wider so other cities can realize that it is possible and where other cities have come from. Look, and I think my favorite picture was, I'd love to get a copy of it, the cargo SOS bike, repair bike fixing a car. Yeah. Amazing. You know, that is what is possible. Someone else reminded me that infrastructure was paramount. You must have infrastructure so people feel safe and can actually then go and ride safely. And Jeanette Sadiq Khan reminded us it doesn't have to be gold standard. You can build it quickly and cost effectively and change it if you need. And there's a book that she made available for everyone to see how to do that. But before all that, it's not about the bike. It is about people. It is about communities. It is about health and well-being. And we need to win the hearts and minds in that direction. So that was the first takeaway. There are more, but I just thought I'd see if you had any comments, or do you want me to keep going?
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think particularly about the showcases, also because if you want to have political support, you need to be able to, to put visions in people's mind and politicians' minds. So I think that's definitely, also one of my takeaways.
So it's clear to me from today that you need political support as well. And how we go about that, we need to determine. But we need to make sure we have our politicians on board and they are supporting. And we've seen today that politicians can get re-elected. There's been multiple cases of that. That is another important one as well. And I believe you are running for mayor as well. So that,
and foreign minister was also, it's going to be a long campaign.
But look, we also must not forget about developing countries. And in developing countries, it is a much different story to what we see here in Copenhagen. We have countries that actually the majority of trips are made on foot or by bicycle, and the car is coming in. And there's jobs, there's work to be done to make sure that they don't lose that modality percentage. So again, there's a contrast in the storytelling that needs to happen. I was also delighted to see British Cycling talk about understand who your true audience is. Remember, it's about the kids, it's about the families. How are you structuring your messages for them? The Youth Council also showed us today how powerful message that they can be, as well as the athletes that have come along today. And athletes do want to help, they do want to support these visions as well. So get your kids' programs working, and that is something that the athletes can help with. And the last one for me is the wealth and numerous amount of expertise we have had in this room today. And what struck me is that we're all got the same vision and passion, but we're all got different partnerships that we're working with and approaching it in slightly different ways. We need to combine as a wider group and shout about what the future should be. And we need to collaborate together to be able to create more of an impact globally. And from my perspective, that is something that I'm going to work with the team at the UCI to make sure we can get all of us together, but also leverage all of the wealth of expertise and connections to collaborate on a joint voice. So I thank you for all of your presentations today. I thank you for coming along and sharing feedback, and we want to work harder and do more with you, and we commit to doing that. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I think you could run for mayor. Maybe prime minister of New Zealand or something. There must be sort of many important sort of positions there also. Thank you very much. I think we covered lots of ground, lots of things that we have to sort of go back and reflect on. I want to close in the following manner before we get to the group pictures. So let's see the flags one more time. Woo! Yeah, that's good. You all set. That's good. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Oh, one more for the camera. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay. And one more time. No, sorry. Dancing even on the top, bicycling at high gear, final sprint at the finish, flat tire on the paving stones. The bicycle is repaired quickly. The peloton is grouped, comrades and friendship. What was I quoting there? Kraftwerk! Obviously, what else could it be? So I think this this song sums up our event totally. At high speed, we have covered many issues. We have discussed the paving stones, the various challenges, and we have developed common solutions, repairing the bikes. And obviously, we have done this by strengthening our friendship, and through that also creating a great legacy, and that, I guess, was also part of this conference. And yes, we have to remember Elvis, action, not so much conversation, but now also showcasing the very important sort of things that we do within this transport sector. You can call it many things. I mean, the bicycle sector, I guess, would be a better word to use here. Before we get to the picture, let's see it one more time. Yeah, you are still there. That's good. Nobody's going to dare to leave this room before the family photo is taken. Some things that I have to read out here. There is the official dinner at Copenhagen City Hall starting at 6 o'clock in the gardens. All delegates must bring their accreditation on day 2. These are just the highlights I'm sort of mentioning here, because everything is in your pack, in your program. You have to be ready by 9 a.m. when the bike tour starts and the Ride and Learn workshop in front of the Scantic Spectrum will be able to start, because otherwise you'll be late. 12:30 we have the bike parade, and then finally, we also have at the end at 4 o'clock you can watch the finish of the UCI Women's World Tour race. And I think we should also give a big hand of applause to all the people, all the sort of also young people who were there earlier, and the entire staff who have made sure that this actually happened. I can also see a number of sort of friends who have been working sort of for many months on this sort of conference. They know who they are, so I don't have to mention them. So let's just give a big hand of applause to all people involved here. And while you wave your flag, this is where you're supposed to stand, because this is where I have my photographer. Yes, and now please join me up here. Yes. This side, yeah. This side, over here. This feels like me. Let's, yeah, in the corner. Yeah. Yeah. So, this side. Otherwise, you'll not be in the picture. All the way over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Helt vejen ned. All the way.
It's amazing. All these people here, all these people, come over to the other side. Over here. So, about halfway.
Der er i gang her. Det er så. Everybody over there. The photographers up there. All the way over. Det er lidt af kaos. Nå, sorry, jeg er stadig selv.